Hello, evening everyone. Like to welcome back Dimitri into the stream. Really enjoyed his last stream with us, so we've decided to bring him back again. And this time the topic is 1990s movies, and yeah, this list took a while to compile.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Thank you for having me again. Like it's especially rewarding to have this decade.
Yeah,
It's a very wild one. It's the one that had like a lot of changes in it, and I think it's interesting to kind of discuss it very broadly.
Yeah, I mean, my list just kept growing up until about Wednesday, and then I had to start cutting things out. I mean, and my list is quite well broad in some ways. Yeah, but I know you guys are going to have quite a eclectic list.
I wouldn't say so.
I mean, maybe, I guess, but like Huss's lists always fascinated me because Huss chooses things that I really want to watch, usually, but I have not seen yet. And it's either films that I know but I haven't seen yet, or underrated gems that I've just heard for the first time. And it's very interesting. Like your 70s list, I would just add everything to my watch list. Just go on a spree.
That was a fun list. I mean, even Eric's ones that week. I went looking for what was it? Under the Blossoming Cherry Trees, and I've I mean, just able to get some form of a copy of that to watch, which that just sounded bonkers. So that was on my list. I know everyone was after that. As soon as I mentioned that one movie that no one had seen, the Kenji Fukasaku's interpretation of the 47 Ronin.
47, yeah, exactly.
Because I'm really surprised that no one's seen that, because that's got such an all-star cast. Like Mifune and Sonny Chiba in the same film is just bonkers. Even though like they've got smaller roles, it's just so weird to see them on the same screen. No.
I see we have Andrew in the chat. That's a good friend of mine. We grew up together. So yeah, hey Andrew.
Good evening, Andrew. He's saying I'm so ready for a 24-hour stream. I don't think we're ready for a 24-hour stream at all.
Yeah, that's a bit.
Maybe we should do it for charity.
Absolutely.
24-hour stream for charity.
Of just watching cats on loop.
No, just sitting here talking about, I don't know. You'd have to get a nappy for that though, like Capone style.
How'd you go? How'd you have a toilet break?
I don't know. I think you're entitled to toilet breaks as long as there's some. I think it's more to do with as long as somebody would be in the room, and I think you have time to go and eat and stuff. You don't actually have to eat on camera if you don't want to. So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, okay, we're getting some people's. You wear diapers? No, I don't wear diapers, but obviously, if we wore diapers for 24 hours, it'd have to happen. So, hello, Exodicon. I wonder how many trolls we're gonna get tonight.
I was trying to kick them out, but it kept on putting their comments on the screen. I was like, I really don't know how to do this. Like.
Not used to it yet.
Yeah, but I don't mind trolls. I think they're quite funny. We can have a bit of fun, but I think they were just kids, those ones. So, and nothing they said made sense. So we couldn't really, Well,
I think one of them couldn't even speak English. So
yeah.
Hus, we have experienced toilet cleaning and dinner eating during stream. Haha. God.
How? Like, I'm not even gonna ask. Honestly, I'm not even gonna ask.
Am I assuming that the 90s was like your first ever cinema trip, or no?
I think it.
I don't want you to remember.
Do you know what the first film I saw in cinema was? Karate Kid 2, and I
seriously
don't know. Yeah, it's quite old, isn't it? So
I don't even know how.
I don't even know what era that was. That's the thing.
Karate Kid 2 is 1986.
Jesus. Was it Karate Kid 3? It's more likely to be Karate Kid 3. No, I don't even. Yeah, it was Karate Kid 3, 1989. Sorry. Yeah, Karate Kid 3.
I still remember going to watch Jurassic Park. I'm pretty sure that was my first cinema trip.
Really?
Oh.
That's like an iconic one.
Pretty sure. Yeah, I still remember watching it. I still remember like going with my mum and my grandma to watch it. But yeah, I've actually, do you know what? I'm gonna get this out now. Give me a second.
Where's it going?
So I've only kept like one toy from my whole childhood, and it's my original Jurassic Park T-Rex. I still have it with a gammy leg. Yeah, my yeah. This was a Christmas present from my grandma, but it comes with me every house I've ever moved to. It's always with me.
Yeah.
It's the only one. It's the only thing I still have left. But yeah, it's always. That's like, I don't know. It's worth. I know it's worth money, but even with a dodgy leg, because it's an OG. But yeah.
Like the sentimental value, man. Like that's.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would never sell that. I don't think I'd even give it to like a child to play with. I'd be like, don't touch this antique. So yeah. But yeah, Eric says first movie I saw in the cinema was Masters of the Universe. Well, clearly that influenced Eric.
Very interesting one. I think my first one was. I think my first like 2 trips were Finding Nemo and King Kong. I think.
Oh, I hate King Kong.
Yeah, I remember even as a kid, I was terrified when they first go to that island. That scene, just like that's a horror movie right there.
Which King Kong was that?
The Peter Jackson one.
Wow.
I think there were quite a few interesting ones back then.
We've got Andre saying hello, hello guys, hello Andre, hello to you.
Hello.
Greetings from sunny Wales. I'm assuming it's hot also in Portugal. You live in Portugal, right, Andre? I'm pretty sure you do. Well, we got Rico. Has anybody seen Hiroshi Teshigara movies? I think
Woman
it's
in the
experimental
Dunes.
now.
Woman in the Dunes.
Yeah, Woman in the Dunes is kind of the only one for me really that I've seen so far.
I know they're going to release Antonio Gaudi. I don't know if that got released.
The Criterion of that.
Yeah. Has that been released
I know
yet?
it's how. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but I've not actually had one. Andre says his first cinema experience was License to Kill. Very good choice. Very good start to the cinema. Andre lives in Porto. I want to visit Porto. I've heard it's lovely. I've been to Lisbon a few times, but not Porto. Cal Hopday says, I remember my first cinema trip without parents was for Basic Instinct. I was 15 and watched it 4 times. I was the tallest and most stubby with a cat. Oh god, yeah. Basic Instinct's a good solo cinema trip. Definitely.
Yeah.
No, that's how you start your independent, life.
I mean, listen, like I remember finding my parents' VHS tape for Basic Instinct and watching it as a kid. So, yeah, that's. I don't know if that was a good choice on my end.
Eric says Pittel and The Face of Another and Riku are 2 other Teshigura films that are worth watching. And then Rico says they are amazing. So I will make my way to check it out. Any of you boys remember the first movies you've Any of you boys remember the first movies you've ever seen not in the cinema?
I do. Remember the first memory. Well, it's more like images that you see scenes. Was good, the bad, and the ugly. And it was that scene when he's building the gun in that store, and he's like getting the barrel out, and he's like, cause that was sort of films my dad watched. So. Yeah. I remember.
I would say probably some kind of John Wayne film for me. It was like, because my granddad loved John Wayne films, and they generally played in the house, but I couldn't tell you which John Wayne movie it was. Gremlins as well is another one I kind of remember, like early on. We used to have that on, but yeah, for me anyway.
Yeah, I think mine was like. No. Yeah, I think some of mine were like some of the most vivid ones were Jurassic Park, and I would actually say The Drunken Master. I would say like the Jackie Chan films were a huge influence on me as a kid.
Yeah.
So I got The Drunken Master right the other day, but I haven't watched it yet. But Superman 2 was Peter's first trip to the cinema. Nice Andrew. So mine was Freddy vs. Jason when I was 3, and I know, and if you know me like Dimitri, it would explain a lot. Freddy vs. Jason is a lot of fun, I think.
Oh, it's a blast! It's a blast.
Yeah.
I would say
it's not perfect.
What's it called?
No Jason X, isn't it?
I mean, that's debatable. That's debatable.
Is Jason,
I'd say it's very similar.
Is Jason X the one where it's in space?
Yes, that's the one.
with the nanobites.
That's the one. Yes, that's the one with liquid nitrogen kill.
Oh.
No, so good. Good times. Good times. All right, shall we start then? Oh.
Yeah. Same order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do it.
So for my first pick is probably one of the greatest films that ever come out of Taiwan, from a master. He is God level as a director, and it is Edward Yang's A Brighter Summer Day, set in such a turbulent time in Taiwan. Like you've got this country fighting for its identity, you have this. And the main story is about this young boy who himself is trying to find his own identity in a time where he's so clever and so intelligent, and he's put into night school where he's going to get mixed up with gangs, and he finds a lot about friendship, love, family, and this film is just so wonderful to watch. I know it's like a 4-hour film, but it's just so beautifully made, and for it to be Shang Shen in it, he's just so wonderful. And then after this, I was like thinking, God, Shang Shen has worked with some of the greatest Asian directors. Like he's worked with Edward Yang, Ho Xiaoshen, Wong Kar-wai, and what a career start off that was to be in. It was his like 3rd or 4th film. To be playing with Edward Yang, I think it was his first film. It might have been his first film, and to be giving such a great performance in, I think, one of the best Edward Yang movies. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
Yeah,
probably have.
Yeah. It was actually, it was in my list, but I specifically didn't put it in the top 10 because I knew that Huss would put it.
Yeah,
I absolutely adore A Brighter Summer Day. It's probably. It kind of it introduced me to Edward Yang. It was my first film I saw from him. I think you put it very eloquently.
Yeah,
you smashed it really.
Yeah, it is. That film made me want to look up that era and see what was going on. And God, that the Taiwanese government was so hard on people, and there were people that wanted to go back to Shanghai and they just couldn't. And there was some people that this whole involvement in trying to overthrow Shanghai. It was mad, and you really feel for these kids as well. Oh, it's brilliant.
Good choice. I've only seen Yi from him, but Brighter Summer Day probably I'm going to watch in the next few weeks since I'm on furlough. So I'm looking forward to it. Like the way you describe it as well, it's just like it's very like kind of it's interesting to think about like with Roma with Quaron, because obviously he put a bit of there's a revolution in the middle of Roma, so it kind of like emphasizes identity and stuff as well. But I'm actually, yeah, Bright Summer's Day is like one of those I really want to check out. But I assumed it was going to be a list.
Yeah, I mean,
assumed.
You know, there was so many. Taiwan was the 80s and 90s are the strongest 20 years for Taiwanese cinema, because you had so many great directors coming at you, like Ho Xiao Shen and Edward Yang and Simon Lang, all in that block, all making their debuts. It's just amazing time for Taiwanese cinema.
Good choice. Good choice.
Yeah, that's a fantastic choice.
Rico says Yang is a great director. Bright Summer's Day was one of the first Criterions I purchased. Chamber Shango on the Randy Mold movie show says, "What is up, Huss?"
What's up,
Gung Fu? Gung Fu says, "I'm sure Daisuke will approve of this great start. I'm sure he would. I'm sure he's sleeping away in Tokyo right now." Peter says, "I have Bright Summer Day, but not watched it yet." Well, I'm sure you are keen now after hearing what Huss just said.
Sure.
Then Andre, Rika says, Nazarene Project's great. Andre, A Bright Summer's Day is amazing. Great choice. Good start. It's all going to go downhill after this.
That Criterion as well is one of the best Criterions I own. Not just for the movie, but the special features. There's like a over an hour and a half documentary with Ho Xiao Shen, Simon Lang, and it's just it's so interesting to watch. There's just so much on that Blu-ray. The fact that they've had 2 discs, a disc just for the special features, and it's just jam-packed. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's the other extras on the Criterion channel, like a lot of it. Is the Paul Dano talking about A Bright Summer Day on the Blu-ray as well? Or is that an extra?
It might be something extra.
Maybe.
Did he choose it for his Criterion picks?
I think it's an interview thing, but yeah, you got Our Time, Our Story is a 1 hour 53 documentary, and then you've got Cheng Chang talking about the movie, and then you have Likely Consequences. The following is a recording of a play co-written by Edward Yang, a satire that showcases Yang's talent for working with young actors. Ooh.
Okay, interesting.
Well,
I do not have the Criterion, but sounds fantastic.
What else we got? Going through many get very emotional when talking about this movie. I love that. Not seeing the movie though. Marvel Fan 45. Sorry, I'm late. Just finished Antichrist.
That's
yes. No.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna be dreaming of talking foxes all night now.
Chaos reigns.
Oh god. Oh my god. Okay then, Dimitri, what have you got first of all?
Okay, so the pinnacle of 90s for me, like the absolute number one, is Claire Denis' Beau Travail. I don't think anything matches this film for me. It's kind of this kind of sensuous filmmaking you don't really see very often. You have Denis Lavant as this kind of army. I'm not sure if he's an officer, but he's one of the army men in
the Foreign Legion.
Yeah, and the kind of like the kind of French Legion. You have this relationship between him, like kind of a weird homoerotic undertones between him and this other kind of soldier in the Legion. The entirety of the film is framed as this kind of like a, not really as a dream, but almost like a ballet. The army training is this. The way Denis shoots this entire film is absolutely something that I think it's a very layered examination of masculinity, and something that I think not a lot of films really touch upon in this kind of fashion. And what else can I say? This is truly, I think this is my favorite Claire Denis film, absolutely, and one that I will cherish for the rest of my life. This is like once in a lifetime experience. Really, I think we don't see as much Denis Lavant nowadays as we should, and this kind of whoever has seen the film knows that the kind of the finale of it hands down one of the best endings to any film ever created.
You'll never
yeah.
listen to it. You'll
Rhythm
never
of the
listen
Night.
to Rhythm of the Night in any
Yeah.
other way.
Absolutely.
It's wild.
Absolutely.
I feel like if I could show you the end clip now, it'd be amazing.
Yeah.
It's literally him. You can tell you can tell the ending, but it's just literally him in a nightclub dancing to Rhythm of the Night, but it's fucking mental.
But the thing about it is the scene prior to that is one of the most hard-hitting and emotional moments of any film from the 90s. It's something that kind of encapsulates that era, at least for me.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a really kind of, it's a very cold film, but at the same time, it's a film that feels very personal and one that kind of has this raw intensity to it that is rarely found in, you know, anything really.
I concur, really. Not my favorite. I think Trouble Every Day is my favorite Claire Denis.
Really?
One of the best vampire movies. You know, it's one of the best vampire films you'll ever watch, and it's French, so it's even better. But yeah, Beau Travail is.
I love Trouble Every Day, but Beau Travail, I don't know.
1999.
It's something about it just felt like this kind of like the encapsulation of everything I wanted the film to go for. And, you know, it's not necessarily a film about homosexuality, but as much as, you know, not as much. It's more of a masculinity in general, and not like without, you know, going for this like the toxicity of masculinity, without going to like the absolute extremes, while toning it down and creating this kind of portrait of a man who's really struggling with his own identity.
Definitely. Very, very good choice. Eric, Trouble Every Day was fantastic. Yes, it is fantastic. That's the thing. It needs a Blu-ray, and Beau Travail needs a Blu-ray as well. It's getting annoying now.
I mean, like,
how long must we wait? Well, Curzon have it in the UK because there's a DVD of Beau Travail, but that's it. But nah, I think yeah.
I would say this is like the most. I would say this is the most kind of non-mainstream film I chose for my list. The rest are going to be a bit kind of. You'll see.
I think that's the thing about 1999. Like 1999 was a good year of like indie and blockbuster cinema.
Yeah.
Beau Travail is like one of the like best ones, but obviously then you got Matrix, Eyes Wide Shut. What else we got in 99? I completely forgot now. There's so many films that came out in 1999.
Another YouTuber, Willis Greedier, who's doing a whole like series of videos on 1999.
Yeah,
it is just I mean,
a lot of people tell you it's one of the big ones.
Yeah,
but like go on Google here, you got Matrix, Fight Club, Sixth Sense, Blair Witch Project, Being John Malkovich, American Beauty, Office Space, American Pie, Eyes Wide Shut, Toy Story 2, Magnolia, Talented Mr. Ripley, Notting Hill, Election, Iron Giant, Austin Powers, Spy Who Shagged Me, Green Mile, 10 Things I Hate About You, Cruel Intentions, Virgin Suicides. What else you got?
Wait, Virgin Suicides was 1999?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Forgot about that.
So, yeah. Big Daddy, never forget Adam Sandler. There's so many good movies. Dogma, obviously, Man on the Moon. Loads of big movies. Wild Wild West.
Oh, God.
That movie. I love that film. I still remember going and watching the movie.
It's a kind of a trashy childhood classic. I mean, childhood too. Yeah.
Going through is asking. Okay, wait a minute. Beau travail. It means good work.
Yes.
No, I've definitely added it onto my list.
Yeah, it's really good. So yeah, definitely agree. Marvel fan is asking, what's a good cheer up movie? Because now I desperately need one. South Park. Okay.
Should I say Gummo?
Gummo. Are you mad? Are you fucking mad, son? Fucking hell. Going through Messi.
I mean, trash humpers though.
Trash, yeah, but no. Trash
I mean, kind of like in a way, like in a really dark way. It is.
I don't really know what kind. I watch so many like weird movies, I don't really know what my cheer up film would be. I have cheer up shows like The Simpsons is like my cheer up show. I think.
Oh
When
yeah,
I'm,
mine
like,
is-
stressed.
Yeah, mine is Seinfeld.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I grew up on SpongeBob and Simpsons. Those two are like the pinnacle of animated shows for me. I know like SpongeBob is like the one that's not as revered, but it's one that kind of feels the most kind of similar to modern
Oh, some good
absurdist
episodes.
humor. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's quite funny because SpongeBob was up. Like, firstly, they were going to make it for adults, and then they decided, oh, we'll
Yeah.
market it for kids. So imagine if SpongeBob had like F-bombs and, you know,
I think there's like there's
everything
some
else.
videos where like the voice actors actually like swear in character, and it's
That doesn't shock me.
yeah.
Not at all. Reach, right? I'm gonna hit it out with Happy Together, Wong Kar-wai.
Oh
That's
yeah.
my favorite Wong Kar-wai of the 90s now. Chunking is
Really?
good, but yeah.
I still haven't seen Happy Together. I saw Chunking, but I
Together
haven't
is
seen Happy Together.
amazing.
Happy
Yeah.
Together has one of the best endings in film, along with the best use of the song "Happy Together." But I think it's just
Oh wow.
the way that Wong Kar-wai just moved his whole production down to South America. Tony Leung didn't have a clue he was playing a homosexual character to begin with. So was it the day before production? But it's just a really interesting, look at relationships and how environments change them. It kind of just takes you through your personal journey as a young person as well, and how do you identify what to be home, what to be yourself personally. It's just a very intimate film, and I genuinely think it's a really striking film by Wong Kar-wai, and it's just the way that he just changes colorization. Sometimes you get a bit of black and white, sometimes there's a bit of wild coloring. It just swings around. It's a real like emotional flow to it. It's such an interesting narrative. It kind of sucks you in from the get-go. Like I said, I love that ending. It is brilliant. I watched it on loop numerous times ever since I watched it, but absolutely top rank.
Okay, interesting.
Three of the greatest performances, like three actors that just give amazing performances in there. I mean, it's got Leslie Chung in there, who's he was such a great actor. I was watching a couple of his films this week, like building up for this video, and just like it's so tragic watching his films. Like someone who could have been still alive today making great movies. I mean, all the guys that he's acted with are still alive today, and they're just, they're still like making great performances. Yeah, Tony Leung as well.
Recommended. Highly recommended. Good 90s as well. It's very, that 90s feel is within that movie a lot. But yeah, I don't know if it's my favorite Tony Leung performance, but it's up there.
No, it's up there, yeah.
Yeah, he goes. I always think with Kawhi, he just goes like an extra level. That's how I see him. But it's really
Tony Leung.
Yeah.
That's a very good choice. That's one that's going in my shame list.
Yeah,
I need to see this ASAP.
Criterion channel, my friends.
Indeed.
It's hard to get a physical copy of it. And what edition do you have, Huss?
I've got a UK edition and a Korean edition, which I also have of most of my Wong Kar-wai stuff is mainly all Korean editions.
Yeah.
Of those.
What's the UK edition?
Oh, it's an old one. It's the same company that released Chungking Express, I think.
What is it? It's not Curzon, is it?
God, I'll probably have to go.
Wait a minute. I'll go on Blu-ray.com. Oh, it says no. Happy Together. It says here that there's no edition of it.
It might just be. I've just got the Korean edition in.
There's a US Blu-ray of it.
unless I'm thinking of I'm thinking of my Chunking Express. I've got the Korean and the English in the.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, there's an American edition that came out in 2010. If you want to buy it secondhand, it's $45.
Or you could just wait for this fabled
Set.
Wong
The
Kar Wai.
fables. The Christmas gift that everybody wants.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's day one for me.
Yeah. Oh, so there is a Curzon of Happy Together. That's crazy. I can't.
Blu-ray.
Well, it's gonna be. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, there is one. That's crazy. But it's. Oh, there's a DVD of it, but it doesn't say about the Blu-ray. But Curzon have the rights to it here.
So it's the same as with Beau Travail. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a shame.
DVD. Hey, as long as you own it, it's fine. But yeah. So, Hus, what have you got next up on your list?
Okay. I have Sonatine by Takeshi Kitano. This is such a beautiful film, and it starts off being this sort of like Yakuza film, where a Yakuza sends a group of guys into a town to sort of like get involved in a job to help an associate out. Things get a little bit, things start to go wrong, and then they have to hide out on this beach for a little while. And it's just these guys that just, hanging out this whole time and just trying to, keep each other occupied. And I think it's just Takeshi Kitano's direction in this is so subtle, and the pacing is wonderful, and the performances are brilliant. I mean, there's a bit of humor in here as well, and it's my favorite Kitano film. I mean, everyone always says Hanabi, but for me, this is my favorite of his films because it's got something for everyone, in the sense of like, if you like gangster movies, or if you like, sort of like a chilled out movie, because it is that. It's and the colors are just wonderful, really cool. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen it. I know it's getting a BFI release in the UK.
I'm waiting for my box set. Because Katana's going to be next up. But I'm very intrigued by that one, especially after reading up about it the other week. But it just looks really cool, man. But I think, obviously, if you look at the pictures for it, I don't know if it kind of spoils anything, because the image is actually kind of, I don't know if it reveals too much of it. I don't know. I don't want to say too much, but
you mean pictures like on Google when you look it up? Okay.
Yeah, when you Google it, there's pictures. I'm just like, are you meant to see that? Is that the ending?
Oh, okay. So I'm not gonna Google that. Okay.
Don't Google it. So Eric says the sumo and fireworks scenes are great. Well, if it has a sumo scene, then
I mean, it must be fantastic. Like,
amazing. I love that. No, I think Katana is going to be. Once I get my BFI set, then I'm gonna check that one out, because it was the first one I kind of wanted to see. So yeah, good choice. Then Mr. Dimitri, what are we going next?
Okay, I'm gonna go with Scream. Actually, Scream is fantastic. I mean, do I need to say more? Like, Scream, the defining kind of revisionist horror film from the 90s, came out after this period of like really stagnant kind of horror scene, like American especially, very stagnant horror scene. And then Scream comes out, and it's nothing like anything's ever done before, because it lacks that kind of I feel like it's one of those films that lacks smugness to it. I feel like Craven doesn't really mock the genre stereotypes as much as he like embraces them and creates something fresh out of them. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people who compare it to like nowadays to like Deadpool I don't think that's necessarily, or like Cabin in the Woods. that's in a different league. I feel like those films are deliberately created to kind of mock the genre conventions, and Scream is very much kind of like an amalgam of everything that came before it. And yeah, one that embraced it and did it exceptionally well. I mean, you have like Neve Campbell, Courtney Cox, David Arquette. That trio is a legendary trio. I would say like Scream 2 is almost equally as good as Scream 1, but Scream 1 is kind of the defining, like the staple of 90s horror for me, and one that really kind of stands out when you look at the 90s in terms of like its horror scene, because you would have like things coming up later like in 1999, 98, but prior to that you really have this kind of period of where horror was in a very dark place, especially American horror, and not the dark place, you know, not the best kind of dark place, but the dark place that no ideas really kind of come from it, and it's really a revisionist horror at its finest, I think.
It was on my list, you fucker.
Sorry.
I watched it
Sorry.
the other night. It was on TV, and
Was
yeah,
it?
it's such a great. It's so much fun.
Yeah, it's a blast. It's absolutely a blast.
I think the best way when you think about Scream is like it's kind of the beginning of the new slasher like period, isn't it? Really, because you get so many films that come out of it. I know we did last summer, Cherry Falls. You've got Urban Legend. There's so many of these. Yeah, you have so many of these like slasher films that came. But you also need to remember that Craven kind of experimented with the idea of the satire with New Nightmare.
With New Nightmare.
New Nightmare, the Elm Street, the last Nightmare on Elm Street film, kind of really was the blueprint really for Scream. And then the way that Scream kind of just chucks all these Easter eggs in and naming all these famous killers and things within its own cast, and you know, and obviously,
but then, you know, like the ending.
That's the best thing about it.
You know, the fact that you have that ending in a film that came out in 1995, I think that says a lot about kind of the state of horror at that time, and not just the state of horror, but the state of kind of the. Yeah, for those who haven't seen it, I'm trying my best not to spoil, but you know what I'm talking about. The kind of the socio-political aspects of it are rather unconventional, I would say.
I'm quite glad they're making a fifth one, because I thought the fourth was really good.
The fourth was a lot of fun, actually. I think it gets
I
a
was
lot
really
of shit.
Surprised.
Like it gets so much shit. Like I don't know why, but you know.
I still remember going to the cinema. Opening night for that, I was like, I wasn't sure, because I'm a massive Scream fan. I love that. It's my favorite horror franchise, I think.
Really?
So it's going to be a franchise now, really. Yeah. Oh god, yeah.
We
watch it religiously. I love the third one. I love all of them.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
I love it. I love them all. Honestly, there's something that with slashers in general. Slasher is my favorite kind. Well, one of my favorite kind of horrors, along with like religious horror. But slasher films just always, I have a soft spot for it. Even Cherry Falls was just freaking terrible.
Yeah,
I mean, dude, Urban Legend, that's a trashy movie. That's like a really crappy movie, but it's one that
Have you seen all three?
I have seen the second one. I haven't seen the third one. No, I forgot about its existence. Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
What were you going to say, Hus?
You're always going to have fun with a slasher. I mean, that's the thing.
Exactly.
I mean, slashers don't take themselves seriously. I don't think there is a slasher movie that takes itself like, unless it's Halloween, because I consider Halloween sort of like on a higher level of slasher movies. But yeah, I mean, I've not seen the third Scream, but yeah, the Scream series and the way they made the sequels without tiring. I mean, the second one, the way they didn't tire the film, they kept to the whole the way that the first one sort of like embraced horror movies. They brought out like how the sequels, you know, and I thought that was really smart, and you know, it was just great. It's just so much fun. They are fun movies. I don't know.
Even at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like the first scene sets the tone, really, isn't it? Drew Barrymore at the height of her like prowess, and then obviously what happens to her kind of parallels exactly what happens in Psycho, but we hadn't seen that done properly since Hitchcock made his, and I think that's it. Once that happens, you then know you're into something that is a lot more interesting.
Yeah, get your biggest actress to die right at the beginning.
Mm.
Yeah, exactly what Hitchcock did.
Yeah,
But then
they
you
did
also
offer
have,
her.
like, the rest of the film kind of creates like its own specific tone to it, rather than like the opening scene is pure horror in a lot of ways. Like you have kind of hints of like dark comedy, satire, but then like the rest of the film kind of continues on a different wavelength. And I feel like that's a very interesting choice to do in a film that was rather kind of like, it was a mainstream success, but one that kind of broke the kind of the established mold of mainstream horror films from that era.
Never forget the guy who wrote Dawson's Creek made Scream. Well, wrote Scream. Tells you enough. twisted characters of the world. But yeah. Okay, next up on mine, I am going to go for, and this was a good decade for Paul Verhoeven, but Showgirls 1995.
I knew this was going to be on your list.
Yeah, I was like, Dion is gonna do it. He is going to do it. Do you have just one Verhoeven on your list?
I've only picked one film from each director.
Okay, no.
That I like, because otherwise I probably Verhoeven and Lynch would have been 6 there. So
yeah,
I decided to like jazz it up a bit. But yeah, Showgirls 95. Obviously a lot of people say it's trash. In my opinion, it's a really interesting exploration to the underbelly of Las Vegas. It keeps me entertained. It's highly quotable. Some of the most vivacious sex scenes that a crazy Dutchman could make. Let's not forget the jacuzzi. Pristine Kyle MacLachlan performance. Everything about Showgirls is cult for me. It has one of the most interesting sets of followers that I've ever come across in my life. They just embrace the movie for what it is. It's interesting how a lot of the actors in the day hated this film. Like Kyle MacLachlan didn't want to talk anything about this film, but now because it's reached the status of fandom, because it's built a fandom for itself, just like Cats is going to do. Showgirls.
Oh, you are very serious about Cats, I see.
I am. Don't you worry. I'm gonna.
You really believe that it's gonna reach Showgirls status like in 10 years? Really?
Yeah, I put my money on it now.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, we'll see. I'm actually. I hope you're right. I genuinely hope you're right.
Dimitri, did you like Cats?
Here's the thing. I didn't like the film, but I loved the experience. Like I had a blast with the sheer kind of veracity of the theater, like the kind of the pre-Christmas theater, and you go there and you see all of these established British actors do that on screen. If that's not a train wreck, like if thank God there was no red carpet for him there. But yeah, like it's the kind of film that I think it's a very good experience, once in a lifetime experience, but it's not a very good film. And it's a contrast with Showgirls, which I think is a fantastic film, but one that was misread upon its release. I think the 90s was like chock filled with like misread films. I mean, every other cult classic we have now had trash reviews upon its release because, different environment.
There is a book, I'm not plugging it, but it's a very good read. It's called It Doesn't Suck Showgirls by a guy called Adam Naiman. This is like the pinnacle book that will explain to you why Showgirls is one of the all-time best films.
So this is the Bible for Showgirls cult.
It is the Bible, but there's a really good documentary that's coming out this year called You Don't Know Me, which is a documentary about the cult of Showgirls, which I would recommend to anybody to watch. But yeah. Who's on the phone?
Not me.
Oh, I heard the phone ringing.
Yeah, me too. That was.
I'm just going to close my door because my daughter just walked in, and give me a second, guys.
It's all right, no worries. Let's just have a look at comments.
I mean, Elizabeth Berkley, she embraced the film right now, right? She is pulling for it.
Yeah.
Is she in the documentary?
She's gonna. Yeah. No, she's not. But there's clips of her talking about it. But back to Scream, though. Peter said, I prefer Craven's New Nightmare and Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness to Scream.
Oh, those are fantastic choices. I love those films. But I don't
yeah,
prefer them to Scream. I can't say.
I do like New Nightmare. New Nightmare's in my honorable mentions because I do like it.
It's a really fun movie. It's a really fun movie.
What we got? Going through, I like Showgirls. I got Crazy DVD box set of it, Ian. What's the Crazy DVD box set? I've got a French release of it that has loads of extras.
I'm terrified of like extra box sets for Showgirls. Like, what could they contain?
Like, you wait till if Arrow ever release a box set of that, I'm fucking pre-ordering day one.
Did you see what they? Did you see what they announced today? Flash Gordon 4K. Flash Gordon 4K. That's like Jesus
crazy.
Christ.
Going through, I saw Cats in London in the mid-late 80s. Peter says, I defend you on Showgirls, Dion. Yes, exactly. And Cats, exactly. This is why me and Peter get along. Because he likes cats.
Really? Peter likes cats.
Yeah. Going through, also says he saw Cats live music. Well, yeah, I've seen the musical as well. It's a bit freaky because, like, down the stairs, you get these people in leotards dancing around you, pretending to be cats. It's a really weird experience.
I mean, imagine kids really going to see it. Like kids would be terrified. Like, I had kids in my screen of the movie terrified of the movie. Imagine if,
I've seen a lot of people saying the same. Like, the kids want to watch it, and then they watch it, and they're just like, put it off. So, yeah.
I mean, look, as a kid, I really loved Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the Tim Burton one. And I would compare the experience of watching that film to the experience of watching Cats right now. That's like right there, like right in that, like, what the fuck am I watching kind of category.
Yeah. Oh, God. Eric says, when Showgirls came out, the main reason to watch it was to see that girl from Saved by the Bell naked.
Yeah. I mean,
it was one of those.
I was a teenage boy, so there was no other reason to watch it.
Yeah. That was kind of like, that's the weird thing about it, isn't it? It was like one of those films in the 90s that all the boys in the school ground watched late one night. That and, was it Drew Barrow? No, Demi Moore and Striptease.
Yes.
Oh God! Now that is poor. That is a poor film.
That is a bad movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Exoticon, damn Eric, big pimpin'. Oh God. Andre, I love Showgirls. It's great sexploitation. Exactly. That is why it's on the list. I'm really trying to get a one sheet of Showgirls. Every time I bidded for one online, they go for like over 100 quid. 60 is my limit on it because I want one frame in the office. Yeah, I have a spot for it. I might have to hide it when the mother-in-law comes to visit. But
I actually once bonded with a drag queen who really loved Showgirls, and we just kind of discussed Showgirls like for like an hour. And apparently, like, that's when I learned that the drag queen community thinks that Showgirls is like, you know, I'm not going to generalize, but majority of them think it's like the holy grail of 90s films. And that's when I realized how important that like the kind of the fan base of Showgirls is when talking about the 90s.
Well, the documentary You Don't Know Me just shows you different factions of like different people and why they like it or their interpretation of the film. So like, it's really worth a watch. Right then, Huss, what have you got next?
Okay, let me pick one out. Okay, next up I've got Ho Xiao Shen's Flowers of Shanghai. Now, I mean, I hadn't seen this film for so long, and then recently I got the Blu-ray of it, and I just remembered how good this film was. It's really about these young, sort of like, in a way, prostitutes, but they're not, if you know what I mean. They work in these like sort of comfort houses where wealthy men would go there, eat, drink, and you see the story of these women, and they're purchased by their families who are living in poverty, and the way they work is to provide money for these families who literally have nothing. and the relationships they have with their clients in a way is more than just like a business transaction. They're proper relationships. Tony Leung's in this, and the clients end up in some situations they purchase the girls back so they can have marriages, but this film is just so beautiful. It tells the story quite respectfully of these women, and all the different situations that their clients are going through. Some of them are going through hardship and like putting everything they have to buy these movies, to buy these women back. I mean, it's sad but so beautiful at the same time. I mean, the edition I just got was I think it's the only Blu-ray of this movie available. It's from Taiwan, and this was the movie that I was waiting ages for during the lockdown. And it just got recently restored for I think it was a film festival. I don't know if it was Berlin Film Festival or Venice. I'm not too sure.
Don't think it was probably Berlin. Berlin love Asian cinema.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a beautiful film.
I agree. Do you know what really impresses me? Obviously, everything you've just said about the story is spot on, really, but the lighting on that film is phenomenal. It's like it's Barry Lyndon-esque, you know. Shawshank really takes it up a notch with the lighting on that film. It's beautiful, along with the story, obviously. But I had a lot of connections with that. And have you seen Street of Shame?
No.
That's from what's the name of the guy that made? Wait a minute, my brain is dead today. Street of Shame is directed by, and I should know it, Mizoguchi. Yeah. Kind of like similar kind of tone of film, but the Shawshank one is definitely a lot more sweet, I think, even though I really like Street of Shame as well. But no, that's a very good choice. But I watched it in a really crappy like 720, so I'm really intrigued to see how the restoration of that looks, because all the scenes on it are gonna look pretty immaculate.
Would you compare it to like I don't know, in general, would you compare it to like Funeral Parade of Roses?
No.
Or like Girlfriend Experience by Soderbergh?
It's kind of unique, you know. I don't really. When I watched it, I don't think I could connect it with anything else. Really, it really is a really unique,
a very
film.
singular kind of work.
Yeah. But it's like it's the first Shawshank I watched, but I really liked it. I would recommend it. Like if anybody's not watched it, give it a go. It's good. But I also watched Street of Shame. It's gonna be a good shoe film.
I've actually got Street of Shame.
Is that the Criterion?
The Masters of Cinema.
Yeah, that's out of print because I really want to buy it, but I can't. It's so expensive.
Yeah, I need to.
Yeah. Good choice.
Very good. There's another film similar to it called Immortal Story, directed by Yon Fan, and that's very similar in terms of the stories of these women, and it's got a really good performance by Sylvia Chang as well. Yeah.
Good choice. I like that. I was only, do you know what? Oddly enough, I was thinking about it the other day, and I was just like, oh. But no, I did. I'm quite. I don't know. I'm surprised that was on your list for some reason. But
a very interesting choice. One that I need to get to know how Shawshank. That's one director I feel like I'm missing out on. Like, is there like a good box set, like a Blu-ray set of his films, or do I need to go like completely kind of separately buy each film from like, I don't know, import it?
Sorry, Karen.
There's a Master of Cinema one, which is his very earlier films, but it wasn't it was before he really developed. There's also a Taiwanese one which is sort of out of print. But the best one to start with is a Taiwanese box set. It's got also some films by Edward Yang in there as well.
So it's kind of a mix of both Hao Xiaoshen's work and Yang's.
Yeah.
Dion, I see Dion is fighting flies just like me right now here. I'm just like looking over here because I see this giant fly sitting over here. I'm like, this is sorry.
So what have you got next? Are we going to carry it? Are we carrying on, or do you want to move on?
Move on.
I think I will get to know Hao Xiaoshen very soon. Definitely, you inspire me to kind of go in that direction. So my choice for next one is Audition. Takashi Miike's Audition, because I was mentally preparing for us to be like, oh my god, yeah. So
kick him out. Do it.
Yeah.
Audition is a film I adore. I think people in the chat who are enthusiasts probably know it, but for those who are not familiar, it's a widower who kind of wants to go back into the dating scene, and he organizes this audition with the help of his filmmaker friend, and he gets to know this lovely lady, and that's essentially the first 1 hour and 20 minutes of the film. I would say like 1 hour and 10 minutes of the film, which is it's a very deceiving film, and one I always have a lot of enjoyment showing to other people because the reactions you get are absolutely priceless. One of my favorite horror films, if you even can classify it as such. I think it's astounding. It's absolutely the kind of film that kind of it really goes to show just how perverted Miike's mind is and to what lengths he could go to. I mean, the scene with the bag, absolute nightmare fuel. Like, I cannot watch that scene right now. Like, if you showed it to me, I would be like, no, this is way too much. This is just horrific. I would have nightmares. Yeah. So yeah, it's I'm sure Huss likes it. I'm not sure if Dion likes it.
It's my favorite film of 1999.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
When
So I went
like about 99, and I was like, yeah, one film stands out, and that's Audition for me. The film is so relevant today with everything going on with the casting couch culture.
Absolutely.
And the way it turns like victim and because it's such a sleazy scheme that they have, like
it is
with the two characters at the beginning, the two gentlemen, and you really feel for this girl, and but the mystery builds, and it's almost so Hitchcockian in the way that they do this, the way this film is narrated. It's just you're so interested in this film, you just can't take your eyes away from it. And yeah, that the way it just, that moment it goes upside down from this romantic movie to whatever this film is.
But really, like, the thing with that is, a lot of people say like the first like half of it or like 2/3 are romantic. I do not see any romance in it. I see just like a predator behavior, like a predator operating. I think I would actually put this in the same list as like, revenge, like female revenge films, because I think this is a vital film, and one that really goes to show just how dangerous male behavior how like far a man could go when it comes to like sexual relationships. And it's something that, as you said, has absolutely relevant today. Absolutely, like, goes to show that Miike was right back in 1999.
I know.
And a lot of people say it's like they classify it like as torture film. I don't think so. I think the brief moments where you do see some gore and all of this nasty stuff, I think they're absolutely validated by the actions of the lead character. I mean, not the female lead, but the male lead. In the universe of the film, at least. Not like I'm not saying like this is absolutely the right behavior, but I'm saying in the film, this is just a very logical conclusion.
Yeah. I know for me it's a perfect film. I mean,
yeah,
I consider it a horror, and like you, it's some people call it a love story, but yeah, there is a victim in this love story. I mean, it's a complete lie. This whole, that whole beginning, and he's just saying, things fell through, and you didn't get the part, but let's just carry on with this relationship. It's just completely false, and this evil scheme.
And the way he does it is so like slimy. The way you see the characters do it is just repulsive, and you're watching it, and it just feels like he doesn't frame it as like, oh, this is absolutely wrong. He doesn't do that, because you don't need to frame it as such, because that's how the audience should feel to like such actions when you see something like that. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I would actually say this is probably like one of my, probably my second favorite from this entire list.
What do you think about it, Dion?
Everything that you've kind of really said. I think for me, I went into it blind. I kind of roughly knew what happened the first time I ever watched it. And I still remember just like, where is it going? And then obviously as it builds up, you kind of see how the narrative's kind of leading, but then you get these nice twists and turns. But the thing about Miike with this, I think he was just like at that stage where that hit was coming. Like Eric says that Fudo is his favorite Miike of the 90s.
That's
slightly. So I think just to see Miike's evolution up to this point is crazy when you think about it. But I think that was his like big stride. I do love it. Zodikon says almost gave me a nervous breakdown. Masterpiece, Eric, indeed, Audition's essential for the 90s. Great choice, slightly prefer Fudo. Andre then says Audition is so good. My favorite Miike film. I think Audition is most people's favorite. I would. Yeah. Then Peter, I love Audition, but haven't seen it for so long, even though I have it. Yeah, I had the Blu-ray for a while, but after I watched it once, I was just like, I don't know for you guys, but do you have to be in the mood for it, or can you just chuck it on anytime?
That's a very interesting question. I rewatched it many, many times, but I don't think I was ever like, oh, I'm in the Audition mood. I just really... The thing about that film, I feel like the female character and the way like Miike explores that character throughout the film, kind of like these subtle hints and details that kind of get to know this character by the end. And then when it concludes, you get this kind of release in a lot of ways. It's like, this is the essence of the character, and this is what the kind of this behavior could push to, like. And I think but some people really need to be. I think that's kind of similar to Eli Roth's films. Like, some people have to be in the mood to watch them, but obviously like a different league. Obviously, like Miike is in a different league.
I can easily rewatch Knock Knock anytime.
Knock Knock is a lot of fun. I think it taps into the similar kind of like the similar subgenre, I would say, but also it's not as if obviously nowhere near as good as Audition, but Keanu Reeves screaming.
What about Ichi though? What about
Ichi is
the
great.
Killer? Do you prefer?
I love
Ichi Audition.
I prefer Audition.
Especially Huss.
I prefer Audition, but I love Ichi the Killer. I mean, it's a good. I mean, there's something about which I'll talk about in one of my other choices, but there's something that Miike does with his. Like, if he was to do a gangster movie, they're not like normal gangster movies. They're just crazy, and they're he adds other elements to them, and he mixes the genres up a bit, which I really like. I mean,
that's the joy of First Love, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
But he blends it so smoothly as well.
Yeah.
It's not like it's jarring. When you watch a Mickey film, you know that it's a Mickey film, but it's not like it like his hand is all over. Like his signature style is all over all of his films, regardless whether it's like a manga adaptation or like his own, his own script. Is something that just, I don't know. This is the joy of Mickey, I would say.
Yeah, true. What else we got? Rico says Audition is my favorite Mickey film. Dead or Alive is a blast. Hell yes, it's a laugh. Love Dead or Alive. That's a good rewatch, actually, Dead or Alive.
Why do I immediately think of Dead or Alive, like the trashy 2000s?
Oh, yeah. DOA.
Yeah, that one.
Eric says, just want to recommend a Tom Mess book. Agitator, which has a bunch of insight into Miike's movies. Oh, okay, sounds
That's
interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love reading movie books. Love them. Read.
Dion.
Moving on. Oh yeah, that's me. Yeah. Okay. Right. This one was last minute. I mentioned it when we were before we came on, but Kira Kurosawa, 97.
Damn.
Wow. What a movie. Like literally, I'm gonna kind of repeat myself now because you heard me say this, but I think it's almost at Memories of Murder level. It is such an interesting serial killer film. You have to have patience with it. It really takes its time. You have to be observant, see the points, and then when it just kind of like all meshes together, it's just. But beautiful long takes. What can I say? It's really good. Oddly enough, before we started, I actually watched Eric's review of it, which is very good. So go and see that as well if you've not seen. But the weird thing about it is like you really have to be attentive with the whole film. But there you go. Eric says, "Did you say Cure is my favorite Japanese movie of all time?" I wouldn't say it's my favorite Japanese film of all time, but it's very, very good. I cannot believe it's taken me this long to watch it, but I was like, well, we have 90s. I wanted to see it for some time. I don't know how I got into the mood of it, but it sucks you in straight away, and it's fantastic. I've actually I've ordered the Blu-ray because I need to own it.
Okay,
instantly.
That's a. Have you seen his film Creepy? I'm sure Hus has seen it.
I've seen Creepy. I've seen Pulse as well.
Yes, those. I mean, Creepy. I remember seeing that, and that was absolutely terrifying to me. I think the way Kurosawa structures his like serial killer films and like murder films are just unparalleled. But Cure is one that I have seen glimpses of it, but I haven't never seen the entire thing. But what I saw was, it was terrifying enough. I need to check it out seriously. Yeah, thank you.
I thought Titanic was my favorite film of 1997, but Cure is now my favorite film of 1997.
Whoa, really? That's incredibly high praise coming from you.
No.
Like you're the Titanic supporter here. I mean, me too, but like not as much as you probably.
Hey, well, it's not my favorite film from 1997. We'll get to that later. But yeah, Hus, Cure.
Oh, I know what's your favorite film of
Cure is just so smart. It's
exactly.
It's such a clever film, and it is in my eyes my favorite serial killer film. I mean, the performances in it.
It's definitely hit my top 3 serial killer films now.
Yeah,
so
was Zodiac and Memories of Murder.
Zodiac number 1 still, Memories of Murder, then Cure right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Kurosawa, he's such a great director. I mean, he specializes in horror, but even his non-horror stuff is really good. I mean,
what's the one with the jellyfish? What's the one with the jellyfish? I forgot that.
I'm sure Eric will work it out in a minute.
Yeah, I think. Wait, let me see. What's that one?
Not actually seen that one.
Bright Future. Yeah, that one. Bright Future. That one that one actually, I found that to be really quite fascinating in its depiction of like this forgotten youth, almost like the kind of the Tokyo alienated kind of youngsters who are struggling to go with life, and it's a very interesting depiction of like early 2000s angst. Yeah. Eric commented Bright Future. Yeah, that's the one.
Nah, he's that's the good thing about Kiyoshi Kurosawa in the UK. Masters of Cinema love him, so most of his movies are available anyway. So, like, it's a great way to really get into his films. But he's a very interesting filmmaker. Like, I think the one I wasn't so keen on is Tokyo Sonata.
Yeah,
I'm like a bit lukewarm on it, but
I mean, that's his non-horror movies. I mean,
yeah.
His latest film, To the Ends of the Earth, oh, I love that movie. I saw that at London Film Festival, and it's sort of like a cross between Lost in Translation with Alice in Wonderland, and it's all set in Uzbekistan.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
I actually missed it. It was programmed at the same time, I think, as like 4 other films that I needed to see.
Yeah.
I really wanted to see that one.
I mean, it's not a horror movie, but I mean, there's little bits of tension in there, but yeah, it's a great movie.
I'd say even his horror films, like Pulse, for example, one of the most depressing films I've ever seen, and one that kind of goes to show the way people saw the internet back in like early 2000s was as this inescapable vast entity that would consume you eventually, and how you would kind of I find his films a lot more layered and exhausting, for the lack of the better word.
But yeah, like Dion said, he gets a lot of love in the UK from Masters of Cinema and Arrow. I mean, they both publishers just more than the US. The US don't seem to release his stuff as much, I don't think.
But do you know what? I'll say this about him. I think he suits more into you. Like, no offense to Eric, because Eric does like his films, but I feel like he's more suited for European film lovers. I don't know why, because he has like a Euro kind of.
I can see that. Yes.
Yeah, do you know what I mean?
Like outside, like for example, Bright Future is very kind of drenched in this Tokyo kind of landscape. So this was very interesting coming from him. But everything else I've seen from him is very kind of taps into that Euro thriller, Euro horror kind of vein, which is very interesting.
We got a good one from Eric. Dion, I would agree with you at that point. I screened Cure with some relatives and they hated it.
I mean, that's the eternal struggle.
Well, one of my friends, I don't know if he's in the chat, but his name's Kieran. Anytime he's had a girlfriend in the past, he's made them watch Chunking Express, and then he's then decided how things are gonna go. He's had the same girlfriend for a while now, so it's worked out for him. But yeah, just thought I'd throw that out there.
Thank God it's not something like, people force their girlfriends to watch American Psycho.
Well, yeah. Well, like I said, Inglourious Basterds was the first film I went with my girlfriend. So 10 years strong, lads. Don't forget it. Going through says, Eric, how is Cure compared to Untold Story, Anthony Wong Hong Kong movie? Then nothing alike.
Nothing alike. Untold Story is, whilst it is a serial killer, thing about Untold Story is the whole scenes with the bad guy, the actual killer, is so dark, and I think Anthony Wong is brilliant as this. I mean, it's based on a true story about a guy who worked in a dumpling house. And he used to kill people and mince them up and put them into the dumplings and sell the dumplings.
This is like Sweeney Todd.
Yeah. But the thing that
Basically.
ruins that film is the police are just so comedic. I mean,
Right.
so I mean, you got to understand this was a true story, and it's so dark
Yeah.
that all
Yeah.
they, they're just chasing girls, and just they're so dumb. I think it just sort of ruined that film a little bit. I mean, I know it's getting a Blu-ray release in the UK by 88 Films. I will still buy it because I think Anthony Wong's performance in it is brilliant. I'm a big Anthony Wong fan, but it's not to the level as Cure, because Cure is just smart all the way around, and it's just so tense. It's got a lot more darker, tenser feel to the movie.
I think Eric commented that
list?
Untold Story is more exploitative, which I feel like perfectly describes what you actually just said. Like the mincing human meat with, that's already a campy premise. Like a really, really dark.
But that's the thing, you talk about, like, how comedic the police are, but that's kind of funny when you think about Memories of Murder, is that the police are just not exactly that intelligent, but they build on it. But that's the thing about Bong Joon-ho, he manages to balance it. But the way that Untold Story sounds like he's just gone a bit Benny Hill and it's got down here somewhere. So, interesting. I'll give it a go. Anything about people, being put into, consumable food is right down my alley. So was Cure on your list, Huss, or no?
It was, yeah.
Sorry.
It's all right.
God, I feel so bad. Like Audition, now Cure.
Two of my favorites as well.
Like two. Oh.
But that being said, I was like pushing Peter last week. I said, Peter, you have to put Blue Velvet in your list and make it your first pick. Just do it. He goes, no, I can't do that. I can't do that to Dion. I'm going,
Well, I will be honest with you. There's one film that I know it's coming. I was going to put on my list, and it's like, no, because this is Huss's. This is his, not mine.
I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about.
No, you may do, but you may not.
I have not seen it. I think I have not seen it, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Well, we'll see if we ever get to it. Okay,
But
so Huss, what do you got next?
Next up, let me go back to my list. I have got Hard Boiled, the John Woo movie, and this is, it's such a great crime movie, buddy cop film with Tony Leung, Chow Yun-fat. But what makes this film so great is the action. Is, I think, the greatest action movie of the 90s. I don't, and considering like that was the year of like, Schwarzenegger, and also the 80s, and but the 90s was like Schwarzenegger, Van Damme films. But this, just the intro sequence, you have two great actors, Chow Yun-fat and Jun Kunimura. I mean, at the time you would not know that who he is, because he wasn't a big actor outside of Japan. But to be in this film, and it's this like tea house, and it's just, it's got everything you want to see in a shootout, with like guns, canaries, cocaine being thrown everywhere. I mean, Chow Yun-fat is like he's just covered in cocaine. He's like head to toe covered in cocaine with a gun pointed at someone, because like he shot a bag of cocaine and it just went everywhere, all over people. It's just such a great, and John Woo. This was, I think, this was the film that really got the US to pull him out and bring him over to do like Hard Target and films like that. But
Mission Impossible 2.
Mission Impossible 2. But that film, I mean, Tony Leung has like quite a small part in it. But yeah, this film is just brilliant. I mean, a great action buddy cop crime movie. Really recommend it for anyone who's not seen it.
I
On
saw it with my
YouTube.
father as a kid. Like really, this was, I think, my first John Woo film. Actually, yeah. It was. It just, I don't remember it as well as I hope I could, but it's. I remember the kind of the striking images, the way Woo shoots action, like the way he goes about shooting action is singular. It's unparalleled. Nobody does that in cinema. Definitely one that, yeah. Dion, check it out. I will rewatch it as soon as possible.
Do you know what? I half watched it last night, but I fell asleep. It was like
Really?
really late last night. Yeah, but I just couldn't. I was just that tired. I just didn't finish it. I'm gonna finish it tonight, I think.
Yeah.
So I wanted to finish it because I knew it would be on the list. So,
I think it's
sorry.
Criterion have got a DVD of it.
Yeah, it's on YouTube for free right now. So that's where I was watching.
Yeah,
it.
Peter commented that warehouse shootout is also stunning. Yes, that's what I remember from it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is on. Yeah, there is. The whole movie is there with English subtitles.
And the final shootout is like in a hospital. And it's just so intense.
Yeah. Well, everybody's happy with this, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody. John Woo. Good old John Woo. Good choice.
Thank you.
An obvious choice, I thought, for Huss.
Yeah.
I think it's mentioned most weeks, Hard Boiled, actually.
Yeah.
Nobody's mentioned Sean Connery either, which I'm surprised by.
I mean,
Well, not in the list, just in general.
Oh, okay. I was like, Sean
Not
Sonno in the
in the
90s.
No, I just mean nobody's mentioned Sean Connery in general today, which I'm.
I introduced my friend to Sean Sonno last week. He saw The Suicide Club and the prequel to it.
I only just watched Suicide Club.
Very
the other day.
impressed.
Suicide Club is wild. Very wild. Okay, Dimitri, what have you got?
Okay, I'm continuing the Verhoeven trend. I'm actually going with Starship Troopers right now.
Oh, yes.
And that's one film that I think I keep coming back to and seeing so many new things relevant to like the current socio-political climate. When you, perhaps if you saw it back, I think it was like 1997, right? When it was released.
Yeah.
If you saw it back then, having read the book, which is just militaristic garbage, you obviously expected something different. But right now, watching it through the lens of, it was very difficult actually for me to kind of get together and do the stream today because of everything that's happening in the US. It's really kind of tragic events that just kind of accumulated. And then you watch Starship Troopers and you see all of these poor bugs and like the entire American kind of the military industrial complex of the United States being celebrated as this kind of fascist united entity is something that as a kid I don't think I picked up on as much as I do now. But even back then, when I first saw it, like on TV, a late night showing of it, even back then, I was like, this is terrible. This is a war film that just, I don't see the enjoyment in it, but I see the horror in it. As far as satire goes, as far as military satire goes, I would say this is probably top tier, like S tier, top 5, one of the best films that has ever been created about colonization, about kind of the endangerment of cultural identity, and all of this through some fucking bugs. I mean, like, you gotta respect the hustle. You gotta respect how Verhoeven actually managed to do that with the source material that he had, completely abolishing the kind of the tone of the book and creating something entirely unique, entirely singular. And then you watch the sequels. I think there's one sequel where Casper Van Dien returns. I think it's Starship Troopers 3. And it's just exactly what the book was talking about. This is exactly the enslavement of bugs. You have this huge schemes happening. You have this kind of battles, and you watch the 1997 film and you just feel uncomfortable. It's like it makes you feel rotten inside because you know that this is kind of this is where we are almost heading. Like some of the countries are heading right now. Absolutely terrifying film, and one that I would actually say like it matches horror films for me in terms of its intensity. I see the humor, but I also see the tragedy of it.
Yeah,
I think the problem with what you're saying for me is just like there's yeah, I get all of the points that you make, and it's anytime I've vlogged about it, I always make a point that it's mainly about fascism. But for me, sometimes I can just watch this and not think. I think that's the joy of what Verhoeven brings in most of his films, is that
Absolutely.
at times you can contemplate the world and all that is happening around it, because I think all of his films really, when he moved to America, are very relevant. You know, even you look at Hollow Man, like Hollow Man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really
but Hollow Man is really kind of like it's very dated in its politics when you watch it. Right?
Yeah, it's very dated. But that's the thing about Kevin Bacon in that, is like it's a bit creepy now. But anyway, Starship Troopers. There are times where I can just watch it and just have a good time. But no, I see what you mean.
But the thing with Starship Troopers, the thing that kind of always impacts me is the way they portray graphic violence. You know, the way Verhoeven goes about portraying gore. It's not only like humans who get thrown around, it's also the bugs, and how like you get this carnage, like this battlefield where like body parts fly around, and it's not like 300, for example, where you watch and you're like, oof, this is racially weird, but also the action is cool. No, this is, you watch and you're like, this is messed up. This is absolutely like, I don't know, maybe it's kind of the nightmares I had as a kid about it, but maybe it's just the way Verhoeven goes about violence in his films. Like RoboCop is the same.
Well, yeah, true. Chris?
Oh yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it's like we say with Verhoeven. He's one of these directors that makes an action movie, and it's just, there's more to it than just, it's just an action movie. There's everything that Dimitri said is correct. I mean, the politics in it, I mean, it's a massive anti-war movie, and you know, and colonialism. It's a brilliant film. I mean, as a kid, you don't even see this till like later on. I mean, and it's this, and I think it's the same way he does RoboCop, like those little ads in there that, you know, really, you know, do you want to know more? I mean, and you know, and it does. That's when it really talks about society. And,
but this is what we also go into like jingoism, where we also get the sense of how this is not just a movie about a random country. This is so American. This is like exactly what America's kind of military is. And this is what could happen if we follow, like, you know, Goebbels' techniques of zombifying the audience, of like creating this dumb crowd of people who just follow their leader. So yeah, it is something that I keep coming back to and seeing something entirely unique in.
Yeah.
Nobody says anything about Starship.
The 4K is pretty good too. The 4K of that is...
Nobody wants to talk about Starship Troopers in the chat. Okay.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
That's fine.
They just don't understand.
I know Peter's a big Starship Troopers fan as well. Do you know they were actually meant to make an animated show of it?
I saw the animated show as a kid. There was an animated show as a kid. Yeah, it was terrible. It was executive produced. It was executive produced by Verhoeven. Like before the show starts, like during the intro, you see executive produced by Verhoeven. But the show is exactly like the book. This is what it is.
Yeah, but if it's executive produced, then probably he had nothing to do with it. He was just.
But even then, like putting his name on it, like would he really want to put his name on something like that?
They have no. You have no choice if it's your. If you're the conceptual creator of it, then
I guess, yeah,
it's the same with like with
Snowpiercer.
yeah, well, yeah. Oh, fucking hell, that is terrible.
Oh my god,
Absolutely
I
terrible.
haven't seen it, but
I've not seen
Dion,
it
you remember
yet.
I sent you that review where someone said like it's a cop show.
It's
What the
a
fuck?
it's
Snowpiercer.
Yeah, someone
it is.
reviewed it and someone said it's a cop show.
Don't say anything. There's a twist. There's twists. Fucking hell, it's.
But you've seen
shit.
it. You actually seen it.
Yeah, I watched 2 episodes. A pile of garbage.
Wow.
Going through is asking you, Dimitri, do you have a 4K TV?
I do have one. Yes, I bought it on Black Friday.
Happy Black Friday, y'all. Read. Swiftly moving on. Right, what shall we go for? Do you know what? After. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do this. So my next choice is Boogie Nights. Paul Thomas Anderson.
Fantastic
My favorite
choice.
film of his in the 90s. Even though I do like Magnolia quite a bit, Boogie Nights
This
is
was
like
like
the
a
first
very difficult
film I
choice.
saw. It's like I love the insight of the porn industry. I think it's very interesting. Some of the best like character piece films that you'll ever see. Has one of the biggest casts of actors. You know, it has Philip Seymour Hoffman, Don Cheadle, Heather Graham, Philip Seymour Hoffman, Burt Reynolds.
Mark
There's
Wahlberg.
so many. Mark Wahlberg, Dirk Diggler himself. I love it, and also I really enjoy the transition of like the end of the 70s going in like to the 80s. And just the transition of like how life is, and then really kind of the dawn of Reaganism. And it's just that change into like PC America again, where the 70s was a lot more free, and then we go into this like, do you know what I mean? I love it.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing about PTA at such a young age to make a film that mature, it's fantastic. But that's the thing about Paul Thomas Anderson in the 90s. He just made really good character piece films. You know, you had Magnolia, you had this, you had Had 8, very good films. Like I honestly, out of every director from the West working today, I genuinely do think Paul Thomas Anderson is eventually, he has to go Kubrick level in my eyes. I genuinely think
he's the most. He never misses. That's the thing. Like
So
even like as many like people trashed Inherent Vice when that came out, but even now when you like that's a great film. That's a fantastic film.
I loved it from the moment I saw it. I loved Inherent Vice.
Yeah.
The Master is probably kind of like, for me, that's his finest hour. But yeah, like
I think obviously the official stance on PTA is that There Will Be Blood is
No Blood. Yes.
Yeah, it is his magnum opus, really. But I think The Master is the quiet masterpiece. Well, that and Phantom Thread. I think Phantom Thread is like
Phantom Thread is brilliant.
Not seen it yet.
Yeah. Oh man, it's really good. Isn't Plain Archive meant to be making an edition of it? I've heard stories.
They love
the Phantom Thread.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've heard stories in the
Want some mushrooms?
never.
I was hungry for mushrooms after that film.
Oh God, I wouldn't. But back to Boogie Nights. So I adore it. But that's the weird thing about it. I think I was too young to realize the full impact of that film. Just as like what Showgirls did to me, really. It was just one of these films that I could see boobs basically as a young boy. That's the best way to say this, but what I got from it then was an actual real film experience, and kind of really is one of the early memories I have of watching actual good cinema. And then obviously from that I watched Magnolia, and then I went on with Paul Thomas Anderson. He's like probably been the director I've stuck with the most from a young age. Him and the Coen brothers. But PTA is, I say this in most academic conferences I go to about Kubrick, but I think PTA is the closest to Kubrick, I think, in cinema now.
I don't think there's been a director as consistent as him.
No.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, that's made films that would be considered masterpieces of, or great movies. I mean, how people don't talk about Hard 8 is beyond me. But I mean,
Was that his? That was his first film, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, that
first
was like
film, yeah.
a debut this good.
Yeah,
With
How?
Gwyneth Paltrow
Just-
when she was uber famous as well.
Yes.
So to have one of the biggest actresses in the mid-90s to be in your first film tells you enough about him. You know, he quit film school after 10 days because he thought he wasn't suited for film school, and he just went to make movies.
crazy.
No, sorry, 1 day. No, 1 day I think he went to uni for. And he quit.
Crazy.
Straight off the bat, and then just went to make movies. It's crazy, man.
There's a scene in Boogie Nights that I absolutely love, and I think it's just so beautifully shot, and the way it's acted is the Alfred Molina scene. When they're in his house and there's that kid throwing the bangers, and you see that because they're just what is it, sugar or salt? They've got just a bag of and they're trying to do that drug deal, and it's tense already, and you can see that they're bricking it. And on top of it, you got that kid just throwing bangers. Alfred Molina is so funny in it. I think he's just one of it, just his like underwear and like a dressing gown, and it's so tense. I think how diverse of a director he is to do a film like that, a scene like that, and then do a scene with like in There Will Be Blood. Is just this guy is just
Yeah. Do you know when you if you go temping bowling, do you think of There Will Be Blood? Because that's what happens to me every time now. I just think of There Will Be Blood. But, fantastic.
I think with Boogie Nights, the one thing that I think, like we've already mentioned with other directors, but with Boogie Nights, the strike of that balance between comedy and drama is exceptional. This is how you do a dramedy. Like, is it really a dramedy? Yeah, but this is how you really go from like a great director to a phenomenal director. I would still say that I prefer Magnolia over Boogie Nights, but I think I think Dion like he really put it very eloquently about Boogie Nights, how it essentially encapsulates that period of kind of uncertainty and reform, and like this is how we go from one state to another of like late 70s, early 80s. Very interesting how he put that to film.
I think the thing when you talk about Magnolia is I love Magnolia, but it's seldom I ever go back to it because it's such a long film. But that's the thing with Boogie Nights. I find it a lot more rewatchable, and I find it a bit more comforting going back to it. But no, I know what you mean.
But Magnolia is also very dense. Like it's very dense.
Well, yeah,
like
heavy,
the amount of characters you have is just.
Yeah, I think it's the best Tom Cruise performance out there. Also, in Magnolia,
it's up there. Yeah, I'm not sure what's my favorite.
If you say Cocktail, you're going out of the chat now.
No. It's up there. It's up there. I mean, what's it? Jerry Maguire is fantastic. That's
I haven't watched Jerry Maguire in a long time. Do you know
that's a very good performance from him.
Yeah, Vanilla Sky as well.
Vanilla Sky as well. Yeah. I mean, opening to Radiohead immediately like +1.
Yeah. We got Kuckerberg saying he loved PTA. Don't think he's made a bad film, TVA. Exactly. Boogie Nights is partly based on Johnny Wadd. Yeah. But Dirk Diggler, I think it's just that Mark Wahlberg shot when it just zooms down to the penis is just, only PTA can frame that like that.
With how religious Mark Wahlberg is right now, with how vehemently he dislikes Boogie Nights, it just goes to show that Boogie Nights is a great film.
What's the thing with Wahlberg, though? I think it's a film that made him, really.
Yes. But then, like, you have him in Departed. But then you think of him in The Departed and Thea. But then in Thea, the trashy thriller with him. Do you remember that one? No. I feel like that's the one where he got like mainstream success.
Because no one remembers him from Basketball Diaries. I mean,
I've never seen that. Never
That's
seen
the
them.
thing. No one remember him from that. They just remember people. Most people think, oh, Boogie Nights would be his first big one.
What else we got? Cookbook says soundtrack is great on most PTA movies, exactly.
That's true.
Especially when you got Johnny Greenwood on board to like score them as well.
Yes.
They just get even better.
Mm.
Cookbook also says Hus loved the recent Korean Grail picks, by the way. Yes. We're all very envious of your
I
pick
got
up.
them
video
so
and it's-
reasonably. Like,
50 quid.
I know, and that goes for like silly money.
Crazy, isn't it? You did well.
Blu-ray enthusiasts are really crazy about their prices.
I know.
Like when you
Was
see
that
some of those
the-
releases, like
Was it a UK sell or was it international?
UK.
Really?
Yeah, I really don't know how I got it that cheap.
What
I mean,
was
I
it
was
like
bidding-
3 in the morning?
I was bidding for it. It was like ended on a Sunday, 10 o'clock in the morning. So I was up quite, early, maybe just double checking. I mean, I bidded more than I wanted to give on it, but the fact that it ended at that price is just ridiculous.
You must have been shocked.
Yeah.
I would have.
But then again,
Definitely.
I don't sell. I would never sell Blu-rays for more than what I bought it for. I mean,
Yeah.
and I know the market is just crazy, especially for that.
A lot of
title.
collectors out there. That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, what else we got? Cookbook also says, I slept on Boogie Nights for a long time because of how much I dislike Wahlberg. I'm not a big Wahlberg fan at all, but this is a very good Wahlberg movie. But yeah, people tell me that Deepwater Horizon is quite good with him in it, but I've just not watched it.
Deepwater Horizon is just like it's the quintessential Peter Berg film. Like most of his films are the same. It's like Deepwater Horizon, Lone Survivor, Patriot's Day. All of them are just the same movie with reskins. All of them have Mark Wahlberg. Yes, exactly.
Renee is in the chat. Hello, Renee. Welcome back.
Hello, Renee.
Always welcome here. Cookbook says that he picked up Boogie Nights on Blu-ray at Poundland of all places. Yes,
that's
£2 Blu-ray.
Sacred Poundland.
But he says also Magnolia is my default fave. PTA Boogie Nights is fantastic. Yes, exactly. Tom Cruise is good in Collateral. Yes, that's very true. That's another good Tom Cruise performance. Peter says, unrelated to this, I just picked up Sono's Why Don't You Play in Hell?
There is
Originator.
Sono. There we go.
Peter, did you buy it on the cult site? Did you buy it on that cult Facebook page? Because I was going to buy it, but I didn't want to spend 30 quid on it. What else we got?
It was going for £30.
£30 because it's an Alamo Draft House Blu-ray. It's really rare to get.
Really?
The 30 quid was a good price.
Released Blu-rays.
Yeah.
Has it got a lot of special features?
Oh, we go for 26 quid on eBay. I'm not sure. There's a few. He got on eBay for 26 quid. That's a good price, though. Very good price.
Has it got great special features?
It's got a few. I can't remember what was on it now. Because, funnily enough, I was meant to go to New York chat today, and I was actually going to go to the Draft House in New York and buy some movies. But it's fine. R.I.P. What else we got? Nazrin Pod also says prefer Magnolia to Boogie Nights. Cool. Nazrin Pod, Why Don't You Play in Hell is great. Love the god tier MILF Nina Hartley in Boogie. Although I do have a huge celebrity crush on Julianne Moore. I'm not a big Julianne Moore fan.
I do have a Julianne Moore film in this list, actually.
Todd Haynes. Nah, see. Cookbook, Why Don't You Play in Hell really needs a UK Blue release. Arrow needs to get on that ASAP or third window. Hell yes, they do, because I really don't want to spend big money for any movie. Anyway, sometimes I get twisted. I was bidding on the Cronenberg's The Brood Criterion the other day. It was like £16 in the last 2 minutes, and then I put it up to $19.99, and then somebody got it for £20.
I don't even know.
That's That's a shame. But I mean, look,
It's okay.
when Dawn of the Dead for 80 quid exists.
Oh god, yeah. I don't know how many people in the chat have got for that Dawn of the Dead set. I ain't touching that with a 20.
It's like shit. I love Dawn of the Dead. I adore that film, but £80. Like, I don't have that money for Dawn of the Dead. Like, come on. Like, I don't have that money for any film, let alone Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah, I'd rather buy
Even
the
though Dawn of the Dead
Hodorowski
is
set
fantastic.
for £55. Well,
Jesus.
I don't know. Some people, obviously, a lot of people want to buy it, but I generally don't think that's going to go out of print at all.
I mean, Upgrade's still available. Fear and Loathing. Oh, that's from Arrow. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah,
is that Second Sight, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Second Sight. It's the guys who did Revenge. I adore Revenge, man. Like Revenge, like I can't stop gushing over Revenge, man. Like that's just one film that I don't know. I think that's the best French horror of the past decade.
You can talk about that in the horror stream.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, Second Sight. I don't know. None of the box sets have gone out of print yet. Like none of them.
I think they also have like some releases that are just plain Blu-rays, just like plain Blu-rays, not box sets.
Yeah, there's two like Vincent Price ones I think gone out. But yeah, Cookbook Julia is easily the hottest woman in Boogie Nights. Though Dion just saying, man, she's a serious hottie. To be honest, like I had the thing for Heather Graham when I was younger because of Austin Powers. Anyway, moving on. Who's next? Huss.
Okay, next up for me is Rebels of a Neon God, directed by Simon Lang. I think this is his most accessible film, his first film, and it's just got it's so minimalistic. I mean, you've got these two thugs. They're just like, they're up to no good throughout the whole film, and then you have this one outcast character who's just like, in some ways, subtly after revenge, all because one of them like smashed his dad's mirror on his bike. But it's so subtle, and it's just, I think, it was such a great introduction for this director. It's his first film, and I think it's just, it's flawless. I mean,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and it shows like this big city and how it affects like these characters. I mean, the way they live in Taiwan, it's it's brilliant, and it's so beautiful as well. Like the way he shoots,
definitely. I didn't put it on my list because I knew you were going to put it. So
yeah,
I thought Huss would put The River on the list.
River, do you know? I do like River.
Yeah, I thought you would put that one. That's what I mentioned to Dion. Like, I thought you would put that one.
Yeah. I mean, I love The River. I mean, especially that last scene stays with you for ages. Have you seen The River, Dion?
No, that's next up on the Simon Lang journey. But now, with Rebels and the Neon God, what I really like about it is, like, when you're younger and then you don't really know yourself yet. What I like about Simon Lang is, like, he's not scared to really show you how you repress what you feel sometimes, and you try to make everybody happy, and you just don't really know where you're going in life. And that's kind of like the reflection I got from Rebels and Neon God. But like you said, just even the music, and I love the music, and it still hums in my head. It's really good. But like you said, just the depiction of Taiwan in general, I really, there's this like grotty element to it, which I found really saddening. But then when you go back to Days, it's like you get the two parallels of how people live. You have the poor side and then the rich side. But this one is just like showing Taiwan as it was back in the day. But no, I really do like. I loved that film. Loved it.
Have you seen it, Dimitri?
No, I have not, unfortunately.
It's on the.
I saw The River. I saw Goodbye Dragon Inn, and I'm meaning to watch Days. But yeah, I need to watch more.
Goodbye Dragon Inn is very good.
Yeah, that was my first Simon Lang film, and it just stunned me.
Yeah. What we got? Kuckerberg says, really want the Wailing Lenticular and that Korean Breathless Blue with Slip. Might try it myself if I get paid furlough today. Can't bring myself to that much on Wailing Lenticular on eBay though. The Wailing Lenticular is the one that you got, right?
Yeah.
Is it a Korean release?
Yeah. Took 4 years to come out, that Korean
Jesus.
Blu-ray.
Very impressive. Like I don't even like you. I really don't like lenticulars, but that is a cool lenticular.
Yeah, it's very
set.
sympathetic to the film, I think. Like the way
Yeah, I know. It doesn't sell it. It doesn't reveal anything, which is good, I guess.
yeah.
But it's cool. I really dug it. Kuckerberg also says need the yellow sea blue also. Only got the DVD at the moment.
Is that not available on Amazon anymore? I mean, that was
Is it
going
not?
really cheap. Let's see.
He can't bring himself to pay £80 for the Wailing Lenticular.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But the Yellow Sea is £7. £7. That's
Not bad.
That's not bad for Blu-ray. I mean, I got it cheap. I got it for something like that as well. It's don't know why it's such a great movie.
Is it actually only £7? I didn't.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's not bad. Okay, I'm right. I don't want to go down the Mr. Bungo road like I did last week. I'm still waiting for my copies from Mr. Bungo to arrive. But God, yeah, no, Rebels Neon God, good choice, very good choice. Dimitri, what have we got next?
Okay, so this next one is kind of like one film, but if I could, I would put the entire trilogy here. It's a film called Nowhere by Greg Araki from 1997. So just to give you some introduction, Araki, like one of the first kind of new queer cinema directors, similar to like he kind of entered the scene when Gus Van Sant was on the rise, and then he created these like no budget films in like early 90s. And then he had this trilogy called the Teen Apocalypse trilogy. The first one called Totally Fucked Up. The second one, The Doom Generation with Rose McGowan. Like this is like the one that a lot of people call like a cult classic. And the third one, it's called Nowhere. And essentially what it is a story about these teens who kind of go about their lives in like mid 90s, and it follows the same kind of the same idea that he started in like Totally Fucked Up and the Doom Generation, of how they're like the generation of those teens is the forgotten one, the doomed one. They kind of like they're the alternative queer kids who nobody cares about, and they have to live their lives alone, always finding only kind of each other to latch onto, because those were the only people who got them. And this film Nowhere is probably the one where Araki's kind of Lynchian tendency, not Lynchian, Lynchian, because he was a big Twin Peaks fan. So the kind of the in Nowhere, he goes into like this almost sci-fi territory. Basically, these kids go to this like party, and each of them has different weird things going on in their lives, and essentially it all becomes tied up with this alien subplot, like an alien invasion doomsday subplot, which essentially encapsulates the entire story of how the kind of one of the final scenes is the kid saying, oh, I want to love you forever. And then what happens next is absolutely devastating, but also like the dark humor of it really elevates it. This is where you see Araki at his most expressive. Same with like Doom Generation. He experimented with a lot of like colors, interiors. Like in Doom Generation, you would have like red rooms, like entirely red rooms. In this one, you have a bit more kind of a bit muted color palette, but one that also kind of strikes that like perfectly fine Americana feel, but at the same time, something's off about it. And I think like Araki is that director who really gets the 90s and the 90s teenagehood, like the teenagers of the 90s. And yeah, Araki is amazing. I adore this director. I think Mysterious Skin is a film that really helped me get through like the teenage years. Like this, like no joke, Mysterious Skin was a film that really kind of shaped me and almost saved me in a lot of ways. Not to be dramatic or anything, but really, yeah. So this is the one I would say. I haven't seen all of his films, but this is my second favorite from him, and one that I feel like defines it's kind of like an elegy for the 90s and everything that came along with it. Like even the ending is very, it's humorous, but at the same time it's kind of like it's the end of the generation. This is where it ends, and that's why it's kind of teen apocalypse trilogy. The ending of like ending in Doomsday is very kind of, it's very poetic when it comes to this. It's difficult to talk about this without spoilers, but it gets really weird and messy, and yeah, this one's very personal.
I've
No.
never seen it.
I saw
Doom
your
Generation
one.
is the,
Oh,
yeah, Doom Generation is the one that I would say is his most probably like accessible one, like outside of Mysterious Skin. Doom Generation is a bit more kind of like imagine Easy Rider or The Devil's Rejects, but a bit more 90s. And that's what you get with Doom Generation. Nowhere is kind of like the logical conclusion to this trilogy that he created. Very, very interesting filmmaker.
Mysterious Skin, I've still not watched it. I'm another one. It's another one I've kind of like intended. The only way I've known about Iraqi is that is it James Duval from Donnie Darko?
Yes, James
a few of
Duval
his
is
movies.
he is in all of his in the trilogy,
Yeah.
in every single film.
That's the only way I was like ever come across Iraqi, but I've never like watched any of his films. But Eric says
the thing
I
with
remember the
Duval,
Doom Generation.
sorry, yeah, I was just about to say that the thing with Duval is that he's kind of like this like he is the perfect actor for these films, because like in his eyes you see the sadness. It's like he is completely lost in there, completely just out of there, but at the same time there's this naivete in him, and this just phenomenal films. I think it's an acquired taste, I would say, but yeah. Sorry, this was very long.
Sorry. Yeah, Eric says he remembers Doom Patrol. Dimitri, then Cookabeg says he loves Doom Generation and Mysterious Skin. Mysterious Skin is a grim subject matter, though obviously I will never look at the boxes of little cereal the same. Rene, need to give Doom Generation a watch. I enjoyed Mysterious Skin. Also, I thought Dimitri was talking about Haraki Nobuyashi for a minute. Okay. And Roman is here. So Monologues has arrived. He's here to talk about his love of Dumb and Dumber. And he'll catch up with the rest tomorrow. I hope Dumb and Dumber is on somebody's list by now.
Dude, Dumb and Dumber is a very good.
Well, that's the thing. I had a few Jim Carreys I wanted to put on my list, but
Don't say The Mask.
Well, I don't know. The thing is, Jim Carrey kind of like influenced my 90s, because I think when you think 90s comedy, you think Jim Carrey.
Yes, totally.
And then obviously at the end, he did Man on the Moon by the end, so like an actual serious performance. But like Liar Liar, Mask, Dumb and Dumber, Ace Ventura, Truman Show, a lot of good stuff. But he's not on my list. P.O. Also, Roman says the Yellow Sea has been mentioned in just about every stream since the start of these streams. It has, hasn't it? My God.
If my memory doesn't mistake me, yes, that's correct.
Dumb and Dumber is a great comfort movie for me.
It is. That's the best from the two directors. Oh, how Harry met Lloyd.
Yeah. And then you've got Dumb and Dumber 2.
Two.
Oh God, that was bad.
That budgie scene though.
Yeah.
He sells the dead budgie to a kid. And it's just sellotape. Where they put his sellotape.
Lloyd Christmas, what a character. What a character. The Riddler, obviously, yeah. And then you've got Batman Is that Batman
Oh,
Forever? Batman Forever.
Yes, we forgot about Batman. Jesus Christ, the
Yeah.
Schumacher Batman
Tommy
film.
Lee Jones hated working with Jim Carrey on that film.
Really?
Famously hated working with him. Apparently, he was so annoying.
Damn.
So, absolutely annoying. Eric is going to crack open a bottle of wine. Is this a reference? I was actually contemplating bringing a beer with me today, but I decided against it just in case I say something absolutely stupid.
Dude,
That may ruin my
that's my darkest fear with like live streaming. Like,
yeah, you get it a lot with when I do like BBC Wales radio. They'll always tell you make sure that you have not been drinking before you turn up to do anything because they are petrified. Like anytime there's like a live caller coming in on radio, they're always scared. But yeah, right. Where we? Oh yeah. Okay. Is it me now? It's
Dion.
me.
Yeah.
Dion. Yes.
Read. I am going to go for Porco Rosso, Miyazaki.
The underrated classic.
The underrated classic. I just find this film to be so enjoyable, but it has so many lessons about embracing yourself and helping others really. And the thing is also I think it's a bit more mature than most Miyazaki films. I don't know why.
I would say it's like in terms of like in terms of its subject matter, it's probably where Wind Rises is. Like this is probably kind of like it's very similar to that in terms of how like exactly as you say how mature it is.
Yeah, because it does feel like Porco Rosso in a way kind of feels a lot more. I don't know, because it's a lot more fantasy based, but at the same time, it's a great watch, but you kind of feel satisfied. It's got one of my favorite lines as well. I'd rather be a pig than a fascist. I think it's one of the best like quotes from a film ever. Do you know what I mean? It really is one of my favorite Ghibli films ever. I can't believe The Guardian made it ranked it the worst of the lot.
Really?
Exactly.
I mean, The Guardian did a lot of things today.
Well, no, that was not The Guardian. That's Telegraph, lad. That's the
Guardian
Tory
too.
graph.
Guardian too. Guardian published their own Woody Allen review.
Oh, did they?
Interview. They published their own interview with Woody Allen. There were 2 interviews with Woody Allen today. What a fucking state of affairs it is! Like, just how?
Hey, do you know these media outlets need to sell papers, right?
With Woody Allen in them, I don't think like
Yeah, of course they do.
Who wants to hear from Woody Allen again? Like Jesus Christ!
Me.
I saw his new movie.
Taglines on it. Oh, you watched it?
Yeah, I saw his new movie.
You're a hypocrite then,
I saw it last year. Yeah. I watched it for Timmy. Watched it for Timmy and what's the name? Elle Fanning. Oh, yeah.
Elle Fanning.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. It was a very bad movie though. So yeah, it was a mistake on my part.
But anyway, Guardian.
I didn't support him though. I didn't pay for it. That was good.
I didn't pay for it.
Yeah, I used my bonus points.
But before we go back to Porco Rosso, would you say the same about Polanski, Dimitri? Like, would you go
Polanski? Okay, here's the thing. I think we don't. I think it's interesting to discuss their films, like Rosemary's Baby, of course, sure. But then you look at their later kind of body of work, and you can't really escape some of those undertones in their work. Like I haven't seen The Ninth Gate. This is the one I kind of want to see. But even when you go to like 90s Polanski, like early 2000s, you see some of those weird undertones in them, how like he reflects his situation through the kind of the lashing out at like media and at like public opinion. And with Woody Allen though is absolutely different, because his latest film, he essentially creates a caricature out of himself in that film. It's almost autobiographic, and it's really nasty. Like all I can say. It's like those directors, like the guy who did Jeepers Creepers, like in Jeepers Creepers 3, he did like a full on joke about pedophilia, which I think is, I don't know how stuff like that could like get released in cinemas, or we would have like interviews with us, just like morally corrupt, and like giving those people the platform to express their beliefs, even if they don't explicitly talk about some of those things. It's just slimy. It's just really weird. It strikes me as Dion says, it strikes me as just really, really kind of morally corrupt and weird. I don't know. Those like when it comes to that subject matter, I prefer not to speak about it at all. But like Jacques winning at Cannes, like that's
that's good.
At Cannes.
Yeah. Oh, Venice. Sorry, Venice. Sorry.
No, it didn't win anything. It only won Best Director at Venice.
Yeah, it was Best Director. That's what I'm saying. Best Director.
Yeah, but César is where it kicked off. Nothing kicked off.
Oh yeah, that's when. But still, like in Venice. But the fact that it won it.
Italians don't care. Like literally, when I was in Venice, because I went to see Jacques, Italians don't give a shit. They really just don't care at all. No morals there with that.
Well, they did vote
anyway.
Berlusconi.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, this was I mean, watch like I know like Cinema Monologues. He hates what's the director who did Loro and The Great Duty? Sorrentino, yes. Loro is a good indictment of that.
I've still not watched
Berlusconi's regime. Even though it's a really messy film, like a really, really messy film, I think what it says about Berlusconi is more than enough.
I want a good opera about Berlusconi. Like, have you ever seen Jerry Springer the opera? I've heard of it.
I've heard of it.
One of the funniest things you'll ever watch. It's really good. Recommend it. Where were we? Oh yeah, Porco Rosso.
Do you know? Anyway, Porco Rosso, I think, is one of those Ghibli films that you could literally watch the dubbed version as well, because it's got such a great English-speaking cast as well. And there he is.
What about The Moving Castle? I heard that dub was all right too.
Yeah, Christian Bale. Yeah. Michael Keaton is brilliant as Porco.
Isn't it? Yeah, I watched both. But yeah, it is definitely one of the better dubs of Porco Rosso. But it's just, I don't know, it's just great. I love watching Porco Rosso. And the thing as well, it's not what it's one of the shorter Ghibli films. It's only like an hour and 40 minutes, I think. So it's even, I love it. Kookaburg, my favorite Ghibli is probably Totoro or Spirited, but I love Ponyo as well. I love Totoro. Totoro's my first Ghibli film I ever watched.
I wanted to put Princess Mononoke on this list, but I was like,
Princess Mononoke is a lot of fun. As in, like, it's a good, like, it's a good,
really, really good film.
You can't really dub it. It is action movie as well, really, when you think about it, isn't it? But it's so good. Yeah, maybe we should do that when we Ghibli films.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Oh, that would be hard, very hard. Then we have Woody Allen is a creepy little pedo. Polanski also a morally hideous person, and then Kookaburg that says "Ugh, Salva." Eric then says Gunfu. We'll stop talking about pedophiles now. Let's talk about movies. Okay,
it's just sad, It's just sad, Just really fucking sad. Yeah.
This is a positive thing for us to forget about the world.
Absolutely.
Eric Gung-Fu, I'm above boxed wine, my friend. Only bottles for me. What's wrong with boxed wine, Eric? Who doesn't love a good boxed wine? It's like a staple of university life for me.
Dude.
5 liter.
Tesco vodka.
Country manor.
Yeah.
Tesco vodka, pig stripper.
Spider in the park.
Creepers 3 people even still went and got the blue. It didn't even get
how?
It didn't get a cinema release in the UK. It went straight to Blu-ray and Netflix, I think. Eric is a man with taste and refinement. I see. Eric is a very classy man because he's in upstate New York. He's living the Carrie Bradshaw life. What else we got? Stay away from the box wine, Eric. It's for the thoughts. Oh my god.
Jesus.
We should not. Box wine is beautiful. It's all right. If you're desperate, then you go for the box wine. But I like a good red wine. Malbec is my favorite red wine.
I like a Montepulciano.
Oh, see, you're a travelled man, aren't you?
Well,
Dimitri, red wine of choice for you? Cab Sav?
I don't know, Bordeaux.
A Bordeaux? Oh,
Yeah.
Refined.
I'm not that well travelled. Do you know the furthest north I've been in the UK? London.
Fuck off.
Honest to God. Maybe
seriously.
Norwich. I think that's just a little bit above London. Honest to God.
You know what you need to do? Book a caravan, come up to North Wales, and I'll show you the sights.
Yeah.
Dion keeps telling me about that castle from Watchmen, and I need to see that castle from Watchmen.
The castle from Watchmen is a stone's throw away from my house. And obviously, an abundance of wonderful castles. Some built by the English, some built by the Welsh. Your judgment.
Might see Dominic Cummings up there getting an eye test.
Nah. We've got too many people with pitchforks at the borders at the moment. It's crazy around here. Seriously, the signs everywhere just telling tourists not to come here. It's mental. Eric says his favorite Ghibli film is Spirited Away and Kiki's Delivery Service. Kiki's Delivery Service is fucking great.
Yeah, we watched it the other day with my daughter.
Oh, did you? What is Nisa's favorite Ghibli film at the moment?
Totoro, and she also likes Ponyo and Arrietty. They're her three. I mean, Arrietty's probably my least favorite. But yeah, I watch it about 20 times. I mean, she gets up and starts singing the theme tune for Totoro.
Does she?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Dion, when you go to the Ghibli shops, that is basically the main song that they use.
Are they like the
Spirited Away song as well?
What's it called? Are they like the Disney stores and the Moomin stores?
The Moomin stores don't like the Moomin store in London doesn't have any music. I don't think.
No,
so,
have you been to Finland?
No,
They love their Moomins. They love their Moomins.
Yeah. Who doesn't love Moomins? But the Ghibli shops they're magical, but they're freaking expensive. I'll show you what I bought last time.
Dion showing us his holy grail.
Well, it's not my holy grail. Yeah, I've got a no face, but it lights up, so you put a candle in it. Mine's an electric candle.
Do you know what I saw? Do you know what I saw on Wish.com? Don't know if you guys know Wish. It's like the Chinese. Yeah. They have this like money box where you put a coin and No Face comes out with his teeth.
Oh, have you seen the Godzilla one?
Yeah.
Where like Godzilla comes out. Yeah, that's wow.
The teeth one in Hong Kong, they were selling them for like £5.
Yeah, it goes for nothing. Nothing.
I bought that. I think that cost me £60.
Is it weighty? Is it nice and weighty?
Yeah, it's something that I'm going to be. Do you know, like the pharaohs are like buried with stuff in their esophagus? That's going to be there with me when I die, unless it breaks. But yeah, literally, I had to carry it on the plane with me because I was scared I would break. I was like, it was like well boxed, but yeah, I spent so much money in that shop last time, and I'm sure I'll do it again. But yeah, anyway, what else have we got? Eric, I always have seen you as a boxed wine guy, but I was very enjoy. I think it needs some alcohol too. Oh god. Renee, I love anime, but I'm not a fan of Ghibli anime. I may be the only one who don't like them. That's controversial.
Yeah,
but it's fine. That Ghibli box set with all the movies go for a pretty price. I was tempted to buy it when I was in Hong Kong. It was $200. No, yeah, $200 US.
Oh, wow.
For the
200 US.
For the box.
for the whole set. Yeah,
Is that the Miyazaki one or the Ghibli one?
the full, in the white case.
That's the Miyazaki one. It's just the
Oh, is
Miyazaki
it?
titles.
No.
It might be. I might be wrong.
I had a box set in my hand. I was like,
Yeah.
no, I couldn't do it.
But 200, man, like that's
Precious memories. That would have been my flight home. That was the price of my flight home, probably. It's so bad when you folks are trying to justify supporting horror filmmakers like Salva. Yeah, it's true. Can't drink wine myself, messes up with my stomach. Yeah, wine gives me bad hangovers in general.
it's a very sneaky alcohol.
Roman says, I work in wine. I'll bring some bottles if we ever meet up in the UK. Yes, please bring wine with you. That's always welcome. I don't know what we can give you in return. Haggis, deep fried Mars bar.
Deep fry. Welsh lamb.
We'll figure it out. Well,
Isn't it new season
rare
now?
bet. It is, but there's a lot of lamb still around. I can tell you that much because there's no abattoirs open.
Yeah.
I got some Ghibli Totoro magnets from Forbidden Planet for like 25 pound, pretty expensive merch. Yeah, if you buy Ghibli in the UK, it's really pricey, especially in Forbidden Planet. Peter, I'm now looking at wine online. Thanks, everyone. And haggis, LOL. Anyway, so back to the movies. What have you got next?
Next up from me is probably it was a change in this director's filmmaking at this point, and it is Days of Being Wild by Wong Kar-wai. I mean, I was thinking of putting Chungking Express in there, but I don't know. This film, is just so charming. I mean, Leslie Chung as this like almost like a playboy who just goes with all these women, and has his own issues because he doesn't know who his parents are, his mother is. He just has this stepmother who's like a prostitute who has and this relationship he has with her because she knows who his real mother is and refuses to tell him just in case he leaves her. And I think it's just it's so sad, and but the performances in this film, not just Leslie Chung, you got Maggie Chung in here, you got Andy Lau, Jackie Chan, Karina Lau in this is brilliant. I think she is just phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal in this film. And then we get a tiny glimpse of Tony Leung in it, which sets up for a sequel which was never made.
Never.
Well,
I remember reading about it.
Well, in a way, is it?
Yeah.
It depends on what the sequel is.
True.
Is it 20? I mean, it's meant to be the first of this trilogy of
which one?
It's an unofficial trilogy of Days of Being Wild, then In the Mood for Love, and then was it
2046?
Yeah, but I mean, everyone keeps saying this isn't.
I thought Blossoms was meant to be the third film.
Yeah, exactly. But some say that this is like the first trilogy of like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think with that one particular though, what I find interesting about it is that it's the most like not straightforward narrative, but the most controlled he's been with his plot. Because if anybody would ask me what's a good entry point without going into full auteur status, would be that. But I know what you mean. I really like it, and especially then considering what's the one from '89 again? As Tears Go By, yeah.
Yeah. Tears Goes By
Yeah,
was his first
he
film,
goes
yeah.
so he goes from A Tears Go By to that. That's the second film.
Mm,
Good stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I really do like it a lot. But that's the thing as well. Wong Kar-wai in the 90s in general made some of his best films.
yeah. Well, you know, like Chungking Express, he literally made it on a break from doing Ashes of Time.
I know.
He's just like took a break from doing the editing to do Chungking Express, and it's such a better film than Ashes of Time. I mean,
I'm not a big fan of Ashes of Time.
I mean, it's a story that's been told a few times.
Yeah, but Chungking is not in my list. I don't know if it's in Dimitri's list, but is it? I don't know. Maybe.
No. It's very. It was very close.
Okay.
It was very close.
We can safely talk about Chungking without.
Yeah, because I was going to put it on my list, but thinking that one of you two would probably put it in there as well.
Yeah.
Because
I thought that's what put it.
Yeah.
Me too. Exactly. Me and Dimitri were talking about this earlier. Like, if we kind of know what people like, so we know not to tread.
Yeah.
Yes.
Except that we treaded on you twice already today.
I know you have, haven't you?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Like God.
But with Chungking though, what I find so interesting about Chungking is it's a 2-part narrative. It's not 3 parts. It's have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And I think that's what's so freakishly cool about Chungking Express is that it's just like, oh, it's just 2 stories. You just expect it to develop a lot more, and also Chungking is just an experience more than anything else.
Yeah.
And obviously, anytime you think of California Dreaming, you think of Chungking.
You think of Chungking Express, yes, exactly. Changes forever.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, we've got some Kawaii. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Chungking Express is one of the coolest films ever made.
Definitely.
But, I mean, Days of Being Wild is just that way it's set in the 60s, and it's just so stylish, and the soundtrack. I think Wong Kar-wai does such a great job with soundtracks for his movies.
Definitely. His period pieces are good. Do you know what I mean? Like in the Mood for Love is, and obviously I'm sure In the Mood for Love will come up if we talk about 2000s, but just the way he sets that and the way that he just portrays an older generation is brilliant, from the costume design to the overall look of the film. But it's the same with it. It's crazy, but so Roman says Days of Being Wild is fantastic. Also Fallen Angels, but Happy Together is my favorite one. I meant Happy Together was my first choice for Roman in this list, so you should be proud of that. I hope. We shall see. Kuckerberg, I've still not seen As Tears Go By. Days of Being Wild and Happy Together, they've not got very obtainable releases in the queue. No, they do not have very good obtainable releases in the UK at all.
Not even In the Mood for Love.
No. YouTube is even bad for it. You can get In the Mood for Love on DVD, tartan. They go for about 10 quid, isn't it? I think.
Well, come on, when you have like the Criterion in the US, it's like it's just a better experience.
Do you mean this one?
Yes,
I've got that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Do you know how much I got this on eBay for?
How much?
£14.97.
Brilliant.
Damn.
Bargain. Absolute bargain.
How much does Chungking? How much does Chungking Express go for? The Criterion. Have you seen it?
There's a guy selling one at the moment for $64.99.
Scumbag.
So $64.99 is the cheapest I've ever seen it, but the most I've ever seen Chungking is over 200. In the Mood for Love is like still in print though, so it's not too bad, but it's difficult to pick it up UK side. But yeah, $14.97.
I mean, Eric, you can get the Korean releases; they're quite cheap.
Yeah,
they've all got English.
Some of the Korean ones I've seen, I'm really tempted to pick up. But obviously, with this Criterion set, whenever it gets announced, first day pre-order, because I'm not missing out on that bad boy. Hell no. What else we got? Eric, Fallen Angels is my favorite Wong Kar-wai film from the 90s. It's a good choice. I've only seen it once. I haven't revisited it for a while, but I would definitely go back and watch it again, considering there's so many people talking about it. Those motorcycle scenes in Fallen Angels are gorgeous. Yes, they are, man.
I didn't think Eric would like them because of the green tones in there, and it's very reminiscent of Junet, isn't it?
Jeanette, oh, for God's sake. Jeanette. Fucking
Jeanette.
Jeanette. Oh, for God's sake.
Eric
I love
and
this
Junet.
hate boner relationship with Janae.
God. That Picket song from the end of Fallen Angels is so cool. Cockaboo says, Chunking Express, or how many times can one person listen to California Dreaming? Apparently a lot. Exactly. California Dreaming belongs to Chunking Express. But there's in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, California Dreaming is playing, but it's a different version of it, which is quite cool. I like how Tarantino dropped it. Malofan 45. What Last One Trier film should I watch next? Off topic, but I still need to just binge watch all the Wong Kar-wai movies. I would go for Breaking the Waves or Dogville. Those are two pristine Von Trier films. And since we're talking 90s, go Breaking the Waves first. Dancer in the Dark. Oh yeah, Dancer in the Dark as well, but that's 2000s in there. But Dancer in the Dark is painful. It is painful. It's so good, so good. Renee, Chunking Express is cool indeed. I had the Criterion Blu-ray. You are very, very lucky, Renee. How much did you pay for that in dollars? Please let me know. I love the costume design they made for Love. All the various outfits Maggie Cheung goes through in the film. Plus, she's uber cute also. Maggie Cheung is a freaking ledge. I don't know if anybody's ever seen Irma Vep from Olivier Azias with Maggie Cheung in it. Very good movie. I made you buy it, didn't I?
The Arrow for £6.
Yeah.
£6, man.
I remember when I told you to buy it and you bought it. So
I've not seen it.
It's really good. It's really different. It's I don't know. What's the best way to describe it, Dimitri?
I don't even know. It doesn't fit into like the typical Asaya structure, really.
It's kind of behind the scenes of making a film, and then Maggie Cheung's the lead in the film.
Yeah, she's very weird in that film too.
Yeah, you can get it for like £6 online, but it's a good blind buy, especially if you like Maggie Cheung films.
I do.
Really recommend.
I was so tempted to put Cold Water in this list. Like really tempted to put Cold Water here. Have you seen Cold Water, Dion?
Yeah, but I didn't. I wouldn't have put.
You didn't like it?
No, I like it. Yeah. But I don't like it as much as I like it.
Okay.
Kuckerberg, take a look at some of the scalpers on eBay trying to charge £80+ for the UK Memories of Murder Bare Bones DVD. Disgusting behaviour. It is freaking abysmal.
When's that Criterion coming out?
And it's meant to be this year, but I
thought it was June.
There's a lot of there's not even a cover for it yet. I know there's a lot of delays with restorations and Blu-ray making and stuff now. So yeah, Eric, I was really hoping to get through one of these discussions without someone mentioning Janae. Oh, for God's sake! Maybe we should invite Janae to our live stream.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's not going to be a train wreck.
Still kicks myself passing on Chunking Express Blu-ray and CX for £20 last year. Yes, you should. I'm assuming that's the Kuzan one, which is quite good. I got that one. Kuckerberg, remember when Scream Factory was trying to sell normal Nightbreed DVD? Just ridiculous. Malafan 45, Maggie Cheung in The Hero, beautiful. Not watched The Hero in a long time.
That's like the essential Zhang Yimou, right?
Yeah.
Like the one that everyone's seen. I think what's it called? Flying Daggers is another one that's like 2000s were just House of Flying Daggers.
Yeah, exactly. The DVD that's always in the foreign language section at CX.
Yes, every single time.
They can't even get rid of it.
Yeah.
always there. Kuckerberg. I watched Dogville for the first time the other day. Kidman is so hot, and this like great underrated trio. Always loved Nicole Kidman since Eyes Wide Shut. Well, we will get to Eyes Wide Shut later, Kuckerberg. Don't you worry about that. Yeah, no, it's one of my favorite Kidman performances in general. But just the way that Von Trier just makes that film, as just on a giant movie set, very minimalistic, but to have the impact that it does is crazy.
The fact that it works, the fact that it actually, I mean, Dogville, the fact that such a film exists as like a 2 hour, what is it, 2.5 hour long?
No, it's 3.
It's even 3. Yeah, just the fact that something like this was made, just with Nicole Kidman and who else was in that film?
It's on UK Prime if anybody's interested in watching it. Anyway, just don't watch Mandalay.
It's so long.
Yeah, don't watch Mandalay, which is similar from Von Trier. It's just not as good.
Have you seen the what's it called, the TV series from Von Trier?
Do you mean The Kingdom?
Yes, The Kingdom. Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm going to watch it. I've made a plan of finishing filmographies of directors I want to finish, but that's one I want to finish. What else we got? Romance of Genet, this stream's arch nemesis. It seems like Genet is the arch nemesis of this stream.
Like he has good films. Like it's like sure we can make fun of his like persistent style as much as we want, but like he does have like Delicatessen is good. I still stand by that. I do like Delicatessen.
What else we got? Kuckerberg, Maggie Chung, super cute and lovely, true wholesome wife material. I'm assuming Kuckerberg's saying. Green Snake '93 is another great Maggie Chung film. I've never seen Green Snake. What is Green Snake?
I don't think I've seen that one.
Eric, please elaborate. Kuckerberg, slept on Dogville so long because of the set design concept. So worth watching though. Yeah, it's definitely worth watching. It's actually another film that should have a Blu-ray in the UK, but it's out of print. Could do with a new Blu-ray. Right. Who was talking? I forgot.
That was me. I think.
Oh yeah, I think it's me right now. Yeah.
Oh yeah. We had Wong Kar-wai, and then somehow we went to Maggie Chung, and then somehow we've gone to Lars von Trier. So
okay. Yeah.
Back to the topic.
Back on track.
Dimitri. Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm gonna choose the one that's what?
What number are we on? 5?
Number 6.
6. Okay.
I didn't even count. Okay. Yeah. So this next one, I think this is like a very film student choice. 3 Colors Red. Krzysztof Kieslowski's like probably, I would say, my favorite of his actually. You've seen it. You've seen it, guys, right?
Of course I have.
Yes. So I think this is just the way Kieslowski creates this sense of connection in this film is just wonderful. The relationship kind of between Irene Jacob and Jean-Louis Trintignant, I think that's his last name. The relationship he establishes between those characters, like this young model and like a veteran judge who spies on people. I think there is something deeply humane in how he portrays that dynamic between them. And then you have the boyfriend as well, like who just happens to be there, and yet the relationship between the model and the judge is much more complex and layered than anything else in that film. I feel like it just goes to show how he creates this like human interaction in a way that rarely, if ever, do we see on film in such a realistic yet calmingly, like just cerebral way. I think though, I don't want to go with like spoilers right now, but the way it culminates with this like kind of circular structure, having most of the characters from red and white and then just appearing on screen after that, ship scene. It's just the perfect ending you could ask for. The colors, the way he kind of establishes that this is the film about red, like the photo shoots, the rooms, similar to Blue, where you had like Binoche in like these like dark bluish apartments with like the lights on, like blue lights on top. Here we have everything accentuated with redness, and it gives this a very kind of red is a very striking color, and one that a lot of people misuse, I feel like, in cinema. But Kieslowski kind of gives this a very kind of calming look in a way that it creates this very kind of very human and very emotional, really kind of connection between the characters. It's really something that very difficult to put to words, because it's a very visual film, and one that I think, yeah, it's again very similar. I would say similar to Karwai in that sense. Yeah, but yeah, pretty basic choice, I know, but like,
I'm a Blue fan, to be honest with you.
I love Blue. I think Blue's portrayal of grief is one of the deepest and most unique ones, and the way it deals with it, just
Good choice.
Yeah, that is a good
It's been
choice.
a while since I watched Three Colors. Three Colors is like one of those entry French films that I think anybody should watch if they ever want to watch French cinema. Really, definitely.
like if you're into Kieslowski, like Decalogue is probably the best thing he's ever done, but it's not really a movie, so I can't say like.
No.
But Decalogue is his best thing.
I don't know if I have the energy for Decalogue just yet, but
that's the same with like Berlin Alexanderplatz. You have to have like the will to push.
I'm trying to find the will to watch Alexanderplatz. I've been meaning to watch
Alexanderplatz is the best. I honestly stand by when I said that this is the best Fassbinder work. Same. It's weird how like the miniseries are the best. I find the miniseries the best ones out of all of these directors.
Have you watched the Three Colors trilogy, Huss?
I've only seen Blue and Red. I mean, I've not.
Nobody likes White.
Yeah, White is not that good. I mean, you have Delpy, which is like always a great thing to see. Like always great to see her on screen, but like other than that, it's just.
White is the Godfather 3 of the French world, I think.
Yes.
It's the best way to go with it. Oh, okay. So Green Snake is a fantasy film by Sui Hack. It's about two snake spirits who take human form and attempt to seduce a monk. Now that is a Maggie Cheung film I want to watch. That sounds freaking crazy. That sounds wild. If there is, that sounds crazy. I love it. Love it. While Huss is discovering Green Snake and telling me there's a Blu-ray available in the UK, which is going my mouth straight away. We've got Kuckerberg. Oh, I love the Three Colors trilogy. Blue is my favorite. Blue, exactly. Rico, I've been leaving and jumping back into the live stream. Have you discussed Tsukamoto's Bullet Ballet? Bullet Ballet happening?
No,
maybe or no?
It won't be happening, but it's do you know, it's probably my. I mean, I like the film, but it's not one of my favorites of Tsukamoto. But yeah, it's a good film. Yeah,
but not in the list.
No, it's not on my list, unfortunately.
You're disappointing the fans, Huss.
I don't mean to. Sorry.
What else have we got? Roman is commending you for your pronouncement of Tringent, I'm assuming. One of France's all-time great actors. Preach. Vive la France. Juliette Binoche and Blue, exactly. Rico, no one has discussed Bullet Ballet. Nazar and Prod, no, we've been focused on digressions and wine. There's been a lot of discussion about wine, Rico. If you want to talk about red wine or anything like that, feel free. Are my multiple messages coming through? Sorry if they have. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're just a bit slow going through the chat sometimes. But we make sure that they're all answered. Cookerberg, that blue scene with Binoche and the baby mice, such a moving scene with the current performance.
That's
just Julie Binoche in the 90s. Binoche in the 90s, man. What an actress.
I mean, Binoche and Huppert, like they like. I really wanted to put the ceremony in this list. Really wanted to put it in this list. Just very close.
What we got? Del P is great. Rico, I agree, not his best. I still need to see Killing Tsukamoto. And then Eric is now saying that he has a Tsukamoto set. Well, Eric, not all of us live in America. Okay?
Do you know something? It's such a beautiful set, but
I know.
I mean, we had those releases from the last 3-4 years coming out through Third Window, and I think you know they're the same. They're the same masters because obviously Third Window and Arrow are the same, pretty much the same. Oh, lovely. Yeah, but it's so beautiful, isn't it?
Got a black case for that now.
Look at you.
No, that set is purdy, very purdy.
Yeah.
I don't know. How much is it again?
I don't think it's that. Is it? I don't know.
No.
I didn't even look at the price because of I've got all of them apart from
because you were that angry.
Vital is the only one I haven't got.
I think if I had a couple of boxed wines with me right now, probably I'd buy it.
Yeah.
But I'll behave. I got then Renee says Bullet Ballet is awesome, but my favorite Tsukamoto in the 90s is Hiroku the Goblin. Yeah, $65. That's not bad. $65, but is it going to be in good nick by the time it gets over here? Because I've had a few shoddy.
I saw someone put up their Grand Budapest Hotel Criterion, and the corner was just like flat, like it's just like a SIM card.
Yeah, it's I got mine from a UK seller, so like mine was intact when I got it. But I saw Daisuke got his the other day as well, and that survived all the way to Tokyo. So, but that is top tier Criterion in my opinion. But yeah. Oh no, we're not talking about the Z word yet, Peter. There's not enough boxed wine in here. Yeah.
Don't start me off. Absolute
Malfan.
Biggest clowns. I mean, how are people still buying from them? I mean, there's people that buy from them, complain about them, and then buy again. And then they say, listen, come and join this thing. And then you've got like special deals on steelbooks. Buy them when
Return of the Jedi steelbook. It's crazy, isn't it? I find it interesting that people are buying these Star Wars steelbooks, even though this new definitive editions come out. It's crazy. Like, how many editions of Star Wars do you need?
I've got one box set of the first 6 films, and I don't
that tweet that you put up the other week with the nipples to Zavi and nobody responded to you was quite funny
because they know themselves. He's Xavier looking, the customer service guy who runs their Twitter is like going spot on. Yeah, spot on.
Oh my god, we have the C word in the chat too.
Oh god.
The C word? Oh god. Hey, so if you want to buy the Tsukamoto set to bring it to the United Kingdom, it's going to cost you £83. But I've noticed that VAT's gone up now. So I'm just going to go check out. I'm not going to buy it.
VAT?
So it's going to cost... Yeah. Oh yeah, I think it's more to do with coronavirus than anything else.
So what is it at now?
So if you buy it, so you buy it, it's 83.34 in pounds. The shipping is now £11.66 for it, all items that you buy from America is going to cost you £11.66. So with the tax on top of it, it's £94.99, and then the import fee is an extra 20. So it would actually cost you £115.07 to get it.
And it'll probably come damaged.
That, my friends, is consumerism. So yeah, and probably it's going to be in like a bubble wrap or something like that, and you're just going to cry. So
Cinema monologues just out here with the finest comments.
Cool dude.
Nazarene Pod, you're welcome. Cool dude, holding out. Everybody's trying to agitate Hus. Yes, I
Shall I tell you what? If we
Eric,
invited
that's what's happening.
If we invited them, Cool Dude, onto the stream, not like he'd ever come, because I don't think he actually watches movies, he just collects them. I think everyone would be so polite to him, because
yeah,
the last thing you'd want to see is some guy popping himself on the stream anyway.
Oh God! Shall we move along? Renee, I pre-ordered this. Renee pre-ordered the steelbook for One Cut of the Dead from the US. It looks nice. Yeah, that steelbook does look nice.
I've not seen it.
Jesus, how do you keep track of all of them?
It's the third window. It's exactly like the is it the third window? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like the third window yellow, but it's just completely yellow with the logo of the film.
Oh.
That's quite nice.
I mean, I've got the plain archive release of it, so I don't. Exactly. And I've got the third window.
But it's finally, yeah, there's a steelbook coming out. But yeah, okay, right. Who's next?
I think it's.
Oh, it's me.
Yes,
it's me now. Okay, right. So next up on my list, since we talked about him, Eyes Wide Shut, Stanley Kubrick, 1999. Stanley Kubrick's last film. He died just before the film came out, and allegedly people tampered with it, but nobody did. I can assure you this now, from the sources I know. But I literally think it's one of the most provocative films about relationships, how our dreams can really influence our mood, how paranoia induces very bad-tempered thoughts about our loved ones, and just generally about why is Dion on top of this? Why is
that sounds weird?
Why is Dion on top of this time? I'm a bit confused there. Anyway, what do you mean, Stiff Kittens? Generally, I just think that Eyes Wide Shut is one of these just perfect analogies about relationships. Obviously, it's one of the longest films that Kubrick put in production. Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman had to move to London to make this film. Originally, Kubrick didn't want Kidman in the film, and then he brought her on, obviously, because they were married. But I think that adds to the intensity of what happens in this film. Obviously, some of the scenes, for example, when she is in the dream having sex with the Navy guy, Kubrick shot that for 4 days straight because he wanted more intensity through the whole process of it. I think it's amazing. Obviously, when we go to the mansion, just the way it's shot, the way it's lit, the sheer ambience, the music is powerful. Kubrick is, we talk about Wong Kar-wai music, but we talk about Kubrick and classic music. It's match made in heaven, but through the whole process of Eyes Wide Shut, you're always thinking, and obviously you got the piano, dun 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 dun, and they get dun dun. I love it. I find it to be an underrated Kubrick because a lot of people don't like it, but for me, the more I've watched it, and I've been lucky enough to see it in the cinema twice now, it's crazy. And obviously the scene when you think of Pollock with the pool table, talking to Cruise, like, we know what you're doing, and you're not coming in to the party, or we're going to kill you. Well, or they're going to kill him. But still, I just find it to be fascinating. Talking about it now, I could easily watch it again right now. I watch it 2-3 times a year.
It's my second favorite Kubrick film.
I adore it. I think it's probably my favorite. That and The Shining. 2 favorite Kubrick films.
Said that before.
But yeah, I love it. I find it so fascinating. And again,
Any movie with
Sex-
ends with fuck
Yeah.
is just
exactly. Yeah, sex is like a massive. When you think about it, in the 90s, has a lot of sexual focused films. I've talked about
yes.
Showgirls. I've talked about Basic Instinct. We've talked
Instinct.
about Crash, and we'll talk about Crash in a bit. Eyes Wide Shut. There's so many films that discuss
Boogie
this
Nights.
topic.
Come on.
Well, Boogie Nights, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, we're talking about Boogie Nights. The 90s was just a time where I think you could explore the world through sex and the stipulations of what sex brings to you. But I think Kubrick kind of really struck it the most. And then obviously the film is derived from Schnitzler, Tram Novella. Tram Novella is very sexual. It was a very risky book when it came out. And then, well, this film also at the time is risky, but now Kubrick said it himself. Eyes Wide Shut is his best film. He considered it to be the best film he made, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. I will stop talking now. Discuss.
I mean,
you bit
what
forward.
is there to discuss now? That
Yeah.
I mean, you wrote your work on Eyes Wide Shut, right? So like, your shit. You basically just shut everyone up about it because it's absolutely like if this is specifically why I didn't put it on my list, because I knew that Dion just you went off. I think I wholeheartedly agree. I think Eyes Wide Shut is fantastic. I think it's probably Kubrick's, as you said, most underrated one, but it's logical that it's underrated because the kind of the fact that you have something like that coming out in like mainstream cinema is not like in a wide release. Like, I talked about Nowhere that had like a sex scene on a Kafka book. So of course, like you have those like smaller movies that explore kind of sexual, not deviance, but sexual openness, I would say. And then you have Eyes Wide Shut coming out like at the tail end of the 90s and just completely like recapturing that cultism of like the I would say like the 90s were the times for cults in films as well. Like you say sex, of course, but at the same time we have like those weird visual experiments with like colors and settings, and when you have these like colossal orgy scenes in Eyes Wide Shut, like come on, you can't help but admire the craft on display, just the sheer intensity of it all. It's entrancing.
Exactly. The thing about Eyes Wide Shut is as well, it's just a really big, it's just such a massive piece, and it didn't do well commercially. Do you know the country that it did well? The best box office take was in Japan. Japan was the best country that Eyes Wide Shut sold at. I've met one of the marketers from Warner Brothers that marketed Eyes Wide Shut across the world, and Japan was the highest gross out of any other country. Like everywhere else hated it, because what Warner Bros did is they threw it in the May mix blockbuster season.
Yeah, like a summer film. Yeah, that was always
because when you associate Eyes Wide Shut is a Christmas film, but it's not. It was actually released in May, just a few weeks, literally not long after Kubrick died. It had the premiere in New York, and then it went straight out. It's baffling, but like the thing that sticks the most to me, and I'll shut up after this, but I've met Jan Harlan, who is Stanley Kubrick's brother-in-law, who's the producer of Eyes Wide Shut, and Jan said to me a few years ago that in 50, 60, 70 years' time, when people reflect on late 90s cinema, they're going to go back to Eyes Wide Shut and look on the human stance on how we treated ourselves. And it sticks with me every time I think of Eyes Wide Shut. And I think what Jan said to me at that point, I totally agree, and I see it more now. And then probably my supervisor's not here, but if you want to read an amazing book about Eyes Wide Shut, this is the definitive book by my supervisor, Nathan Abrams, about the whole production of how Eyes Wide Shut was made. It's literally just called, Eyes Wide Shut, Stanley Kubrick and the making of his final film. But it's a really detailed book from him, and Professor Robert Kolker about the whole process of the film. I'm not saying it for my supervisor to get money, but it is a very good book about Eyes Wide Shut. Really, really good. Yeah, Stiff Kittens, plug.
Dude, I could listen to Dion talk about Eyes Wide Shut for hours. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Like, you know your shit when it comes to Eyes Wide
That
Shut.
film. Yeah.
It's a part of. I'm teaching in the uni next semester, and Eyes Wide Shut is going to be part of my module. So, yeah, I have to record it because it's all going to be virtual. But yeah, okay. There's been a lot of discussion here. Oh yeah, Stiff Kittens. Why is Dion on top this time? Do you mean top on the box thing? I'm really confused. Sidney Pollock shows up the straight creep in Eyes Wide Shut. Exactly. He showed that pool scene is, yeah. Kuckerberg, I was raised on JC Hong Kong movies in the early 90s. My dad on VHS, JCVD, martial arts, video kung fu flicks in general, Project Day and Wheels on Meals. Almost wore out on VHS watching them so much. I loved watching these films on VHS, but I used to burn through so many copies of so many things. Renee, I got to watch Eyes Wide Shut on the big screen. Yeah, exactly. It's the best experience. It's the best way to watch Eyes Wide Shut, especially around Christmas time. It's a great Christmas film. Don't let anybody ever tell you it's not.
I actually did. I did a Christmas double feature last year with Carol and Eyes Wide Shut. That was just.
What else we got? Clockwork Orange, Eyes Wide Shut, my fake Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket 2 though. I saw Eyes Wide Shut twice on release. Says Pierre. One of the times it was in an older cinema with a great older projector. The lighting looked amazing in that screen. It was a real fairy tale darker undertone. Yeah, that's the thing about it as well. It just the way that the way that Kubrick uses light. Obviously, blue is to demonstrate maybe the dream sequences within the film, and then you had more tones of not red, but like a reddish blue. Then when it was more reality, and you had more like sun-drenched kind of colors. But yeah, I've never seen it in like 35 or a 70, but I've seen only in digital. But I would love to see it in a game. What else we got? Kuckerberg, the conspiracy crowd claim Kubrick was killed for making Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah, that's.
Wait, really? That's a real conspiracy theory.
There's a lot of conspiracy theories about Kubrick's death because it's like one of the biggest debates is the Eyes Wide Shut that we've seen Kubrick's actual final cut because when he showed it to the producers and he had a few tweaks to do. Leon Vitali, who was his assistant, who also plays the Red Cloak in the film. Vitali's like done all the restorations for Kubrick's film, but what Vitali says is that the only thing that needed adding to Eyes Wide Shut was the music. The music was picked, it just wasn't put into the film. So that was the only thing that Kubrick didn't complete himself before he died. So yeah. All fake. Sex theme films. Watched Philadelphia the other day. One of the best performances ever. Plus Neil Young should have won an Oscar over Springsteen. Oh God, I forgot about Neil Young in Philadelphia. He was an insult with Hanks won. It was an insult that Hanks won an Oscar again for Gump for next year. Oh yeah, he did back to back, didn't he? He did Philadelphia and Forrest Gump. That's crazy. Yeah, plug. I plugged. Fell in love with Kidman after that fantasy scene in Eyes Wide Shut, where the fantasy is about the guy in the hotel. She's so sexy in that movie. She's sexy, but also she's a very empowered woman. You know, I think it's one of her stronger films. Just the way that she like kind of dominates Tom Cruise in life as well. She really puts it into place at times, but the friction between them as well is massive. Obviously that's the other thing. Another Kubrick to buy. Yes, buy the book. Do it. It's a very good book. No plug. Eyes Wide Shut is a masterwork. I saw it twice in the cinema. You are very exactly. Cinema is the only way. Yeah. Anyone see that video where they show the amount of Xmas trees in just about every scene in Wide Shut? Interesting. Exactly. That's a weird thing, really. It doesn't culminate to Christmas until you go to the shop at the end, and then everybody says that the girl's been kidnapped by a paedophile ring. Mm-hmm. But I actually have a lot of people say that because it's Illuminati and things like that. But I have I have a theory about that, but I'm not allowed to divulge it until I've published my PhD. So I'm not going to say anything yet. Anyway, Eyes Wide Shut. That's me. Huss.
Yeah, that's a good choice.
Sorry, that was a long rant. I apologize.
No. I mean, it's something you've done essays on, so you know, you're gonna obviously you'll talk more on that film than we'll probably do on any of the films I pick. But yeah, the next one I've got is a debut from a Korean great. It is a Quiet Family by Kim Ji-woon. This film I think is easily one of his best. It's basically a family that run a hotel in the middle of nowhere. It's not doing very well. There's this talk of them building up a road that's going to go up to their hotel. All of a sudden, they get a couple of guests, and one thing leads to another, and this guest dies, and then they're getting more guests, and the same thing keeps happening. And it's got such a great cast. It's got Choi Min-sik, Song Kang-ho. I mean, it's so fun. It's black comedy at its finest in Korean cinema. I think it's just the comedy timing. And Song Kang-ho, I always thought of him as like a Korean Bill Murray in a way, because he's got that deadpan comedy in some of his films. Even in like the serious films, like the one that he did about the Japanese occupation of Korea. I think, and this film, he plays like the family's son, oldest son, and then you got Choi Min-sik, who plays like the younger brother of the father who runs the hotel, and it's just like one thing after another, and it's just like this domino effect of just nothing could go right for this family. They're trying so hard to get their hotel to run properly, and just like they start covering up the deaths, and it's just brilliant. And it's such a fine piece of cinema. And yeah, I don't Kim Ji-woon is one of the great directors from Korea, but this was such a great start, and I don't think he really did. Well, no, he did a couple of comedy films, but not like this, because I think this film is hilarious, and like even when I watch it today, I'm still cracking up when I watch it.
Entertaining.
Yeah, it's so good.
No, it's like the one that I've seen so many of his other films. This is the one I'm not gone to, but now after you've said it, I'm just like, okay, I need to. I've seen like clips and stuff of it, but it feels like something I would really enjoy.
Yeah, it
sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it feels like a Coen Brothers film, like Burn After Reading. It feels like that sort of,
Because when you think about his big films,
it's
not exactly matching to the motif of that, does it?
No. Like Bittersweet Life or I Saw the Devil. This is very much his. I mean, it was his first film, and it's just. It's very smart. It's a very smart film.
What's your favorite of his?
Tale of Two Sisters, possibly.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I Saw the Devil was the first one I watched. Yeah, it was the first one I watched, but Tale of Two Sisters is great. But nah, that's a good. You've definitely like. I was thinking about him the other day because when we were doing this list, I was like, he came up, and I was like, oh yeah, because it was like what mid 2000, no, about 2010, 2009 I saw. Yeah, about 2009. Yeah, 2010, 2011 I saw it. That's the first time I Saw the Devil. And then I watched the rest of his work. But yeah, man, love him.
Roman mentioned The Good, the Bad, and the Weird. That's another one. That's another good one from him.
Oh, I've not seen that one either, actually.
Valking's pretty good. I mean, that's Song Kang-ho is like a guy who works in a bank, and he dreams of being like a Mexican style wrestler.
Yeah.
It's quite good. I mean, Song Kang Ho is brilliant in that as well.
Where was Song Kang Ho's Oscar nomination for Parasite? Eh? That's the question. That man deserves all the love in the world because he's just a joy in any film you see him in. Doesn't matter on the subject matter. It's just when you see him in the film, you know it's gonna be good.
He has such a distinct screen presence.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a glow to him, you know. Like every time he smiles, even it's just like obviously Huss knows him better than we do, but
He's Huss's friend.
Yeah.
best mates.
Yeah.
Why even you need to invite him?
Yeah, well, we spoke the other day about talking about our next project together, and
Yeah.
see what happens. See what happens with this coronavirus.
I'm sure he'll be back in the UK for some kind of Parasite paraphernalia at some point in the near future.
Black and white edition re-release.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was meant to come out, wasn't it? But do you know what I was thinking about actually? Bong Joon-ho actually turned up here just before lockdown, didn't he?
Mm.
He went from the Oscars, went back to Korea for a bit, and then came back to London to talk to
with Tilda Swinton.
Oh, yeah. Snowpiercer.
Yeah.
Shame, I love Tilda. Oh god.
I think she's underrated. I don't think people talk about her as much as an actress as she's. I mean, what was the Lynn Ramsey film she did? We need to talk
about Kevin.
I mean, that's brilliant. That film.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think Tilda Swinton is brilliant. Like
her in Orlando.
Yeah, well, her in Orlando, yeah, but just her in any like Derek Jarman film as well. She's in so many Derek Jarman films. The thing is, she's worked with some of the best directors out there. But I obviously people talk about Meryl Streep to be like the pinnacle of actresses. You know, she's like all these Oscar nominations, things like that. You know, Tilda Swinton's never had the recognition really Streep's had, but I think Tilda's performance is always better.
Yeah, totally.
It's just my stance on it. But what else have we got in chat here? Roman says, haven't seen Kim Ki-woon's films from the 90s. Love the good, the bad, and weird, as mentioned. Apart from the movie he did with Arnold. He did a film with Arnold?
Yeah, the Last Stand, I think. That was
called. Arnold Schwarzenegger's first film back after Politics. That was
the
terrible,
one with Johnny Knoxville.
With Johnny Knoxville, oh for God's sake. Cinema Logs, I wish Song Kang-ho was my BFF. Who doesn't? But Huss is his BFF, so again, it's a shame we can't show the picture of you with your bestie when you met for the first time, and not the last time either. Kuckerberg still not as bad as David Ayer's film with Arnold. Oh fucking hell, yeah! That
Sabotage, Jesus Christ!
Sabotage, yes.
That's like an unnecessarily nasty film. Like, there's no point for that film to be as gnarly as it is.
I heard good things about. Was it Maggie?
The one with Abigail Breslin, where he's like with a zombie girl, right? The infected girl. Yeah, it's I mean, it's not bad. I prefer the girl with all the gifts, the British one. That's
Come on, don't bullshit
Dimitri.
Yeah. Okay, so
come on, don't bullshit me.
Okay, so this one's gonna be a bit personal because, I don't talk about the fact that I have epilepsy a lot, but I think films don't really explore like neurological diseases, like neurological conditions. Sorry. And there's one film that always stuck with me, and that's My Own Private Idaho, because River Phoenix has like narcolepsy in that film, and the way Vincent kind of empathizes with his condition and with the way he kind of hustles around life, and you have this relationship with Keanu Reeves, and it's probably one of the kind of best on-screen tandems. I would say one of my personal favorites. I would actually put it over The Brokeback Mountain, to be honest with you. It's filled with this kind of sensitivity that is rarely found in like 90s cinema, especially where you have all of these revisionist films and, as we call, like, as we say, like, sex-fueled films. you know, it's weird because My Own Private Idaho came out at the time when indie cinema was just starting to kind of gain its momentum. Like Sundance was just starting to you barely had any indie film festivals, but then kind of Van Sant kind of came crashing down onto like the world that didn't expect anything from like queer cinema to indie cinema. And you have this a tale of two men, not necessarily gay men, but just men on the road. It's one of the finest examples of a road movie, like of an all-American road movie, I would say. Like, a lot of people talk about Easy Rider, but I would actually say that My Own Private Idaho is the finest example of an American road movie. Yeah.
1000%,
And it's just like the way he frames everything in that film, like the kind of the little moments, the little details, the way you see Phoenix's reaction to like the turbulent. It's probably the closest I've ever felt, that like a cinema kind of showed a neurological condition. Like the way you see him look down that road, like the never-ending road, and things just start like going a little bit different. Things just. It's like that, like for epileptics, like we call it aura, and it just, I don't know, man. Like it's one of those films that really struck a chord with me.
It's an experience, isn't it? Really,
it's like an emotional, like a really, really emotionally charged experience. And Van Sant is really earnest. Like he's not like give him shit for like Sea of Trees and whatever. He is very honest when it comes to filmmaking. Like he's never made anything that he didn't want to make, I would say. Really.
Psycho.
Like, yeah, exactly. Great Shakespeare adaptation too.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, when you talk about Keanu though, like the 90s was Keanu. He was in so many big films. But you think about him showing a bit more range, I think Idaho is that film, isn't it, really?
But man, that screen presence, like the River Phoenix in that film is magnificent. Like, like you are glued to the screen because of his performance. Like sure, you have Keanu, but River Phoenix is the star of that film. Like you can't escape his eyes, his expressions, his facial, like his emotions. It's kind of so raw and unfiltered that you can't help but admire it for that, at least.
Yeah. You got some, everybody's giving you that stiff kit and says, whoa, hello, fellow epileptic.
Hey, yeah.
Roman says, amazing choice, Dimitri Rivers, glorious in that film, Keanu, so cool. Eric, I need to watch this. Yes, go watch it. Nazrin Prod says, I really like Van Sant. I bought the Blu-ray, but need to rewatch it. Great shit, yeah, exactly, as we have mentioned. And then he says, Nazrin Prod says he would defend Psycho remake forever.
It's a good remake. It's a good remake. It's shot for shot, but it's good. Like I don't see the problem with it. Sure, it's unnecessary, but like, come on, it's stylish. It's I don't know. It has every single feature you expect from a Van Sant film, but in that framework of Psycho, which I think is great.
I don't. With Van Sant though, like not a lot of people talk about Milk with him. I really liked Milk.
Milk is fantastic. Yes, it's probably Sean Penn's best work to date.
Yeah. Mystic. I love him in Mystic
River. Oh my god, the ending for Mystic River just. Yeah. When
it breaks me when you see Sean Penn, with the body at the beginning, and he just fucking breaks. Do you know what I mean? Sean Penn at one time was fucking what an actor, but his choices. I Am Sam.
That's not a very sensitive film at all.
No, as Robert Downey says in Tropic Thunder, you see I Am Sam, don't go full retard.
Don't go full retard.
Oh god.
Go full retard. Go empty-handed.
Kirkeberg, I Love Van Sant should be shot casting Vince in that role. You know what? I think Vince Vaughn does a decent.
Yes,
attempt.
He's not bad. He's not necessarily terrible. Yeah. He's not like. I mean, a lot of people like. By the way, what do you think of what's it called? Dragged Across Concrete.
I love Dragged Across Concrete.
Really interesting.
I
thought Vince Vaughn was like was the best part of that film. He's glorious in
He was
that film.
hilarious. You know, my friend in Venice when it premiered, my friend went to the premiere of it. I saw it early in the day. Vince Vaughn actually fell asleep while watching it. He was like sitting not far from Vince Vaughn, and he just passed out because obviously it's like such a long film.
Is it a recent movie?
Yeah, it's
like 2 years.
Bone Tomahawk as well.
99.
Yeah, Bone Tomahawk 99. Bone Tomahawk from Zala.
He also wrote Puppet Master: The Littlest Rake.
Never seen that one.
It's yeah.
Stiff Kitten says Psycho remake. Psycho remake is up there with Spike Lee's Old Boy and Coen Brothers' Lady Killers. Oh god, Lady Killers is awful.
Come on, it's not that bad. It's not that terrible. Like it's. I mean,
That's
Old
probably...
Boy doesn't. Like Old Boy, I understand. God. Lady Killers is terrible too, but just,
I wouldn't put Lady Killers with
no
Old Boy.
Old Boy, I mean, yeah, Old Boy was
awful. It was Spike Lee doesn't like that film. I mean, come on.
I know it's weird, isn't it? It doesn't make any. I'm so excited for the Defy Bloods now, June 12th, Netflix.
Yes, that's. A lot of people have seen it somehow already. Like a lot of critics.
Yeah, I heard it. Well, yeah, because you get they send you the screener on your Netflix account for you to watch it. I've inquired, but I've not heard anything yet.
Did you guys see the that film about Jesus from Big Lebowski?
Jesus Rolls.
Jesus Rolls. No.
Yeah. It was on TV like a couple of days ago. It was. I sat through like a half of it, and I was like, no. Yeah. They made like Audrey Tautu's character just a sex doll. Like it's unnecessary. Just she serves no purpose in that film. At least from what I saw. I can't rate it. I can't say anything. But like from what I saw there, like just not very good. Unfortunately,
it was a shame.
Once we go, Sean Penn is great in Thin Red Line. Yes, he is.
Yes.
Thin Red Line did not make my list, but it was there, but it wasn't there.
Damn. I was like, someone's gonna put Thin Red Line, definitely.
Yeah,
okay.
I wasn't. Yeah, I didn't put it. Then Roman says Thin Red Line is probably my favorite film of the 90s. That's a choice. Eric likes Zala movies. Dragged Across Concrete wasn't awesome, despite the aberrant neoconservative and tone analogies from Cookerberg.
Yeah.
BM
really
Bus,
uncomfortable film.
BM Bus, good evening. Yeah, Vince Vaughn is great in Brawl and quite good in Drag. Zimmer score in Thin Red Line is just amazing. Hell yes. Back Lady Killers. The Wayans Brothers guy was really out of place in Lady Killers remake. Yes, definitely. Because he was meant to be Robin as well, wasn't he, in Batman and Robin? No,
wait, really?
He was meant to be Robin for Tim Burton. He was meant to be Robin for Tim Burton.
Who? The Wayans Brothers guy?
No.
Yeah, Marlon. Is it Marlon Wayans?
Marlon Wayans. Yeah.
Marlon
the guy
Wayans.
From Scary
Marlon
Movie.
Wayans.
The one
Marlon Wayans
that smokes a lot in Scary Movie.
Yeah. So he was cast as Robin for, I think it's Tim Burton. And then when they went over to Joel Schumacher cast Chris O'Donnell. But originally, it was Marlon Wayans.
I want to see Marlon Wayans as Robin. Like
that
would be glorious.
I'm an encyclopedia of utter trash trivia. Travolta's mustache is hilarious. And then I love Brawl, Cell Block, and Bone Tomahawk too. The Bone Tomahawk is fucking great.
Bone Tomahawk, dude, that was one film that the woman at the ticket desk, she actually warned me about Bone Tomahawk. She was like, "Do you know what you're gonna watch?" I was like, "Yes." She's like, "Do you know how violent this is?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Have you watched Bone Tomahawk?
Yeah. That bit where he rips that guy apart.
Oh my god! Yikes!
How strong are they? Like what? That's just crazy.
Zara just doesn't care, does he?
It doesn't. Like, I mean, he wrote fucking Puppet Master: The Little Strike, the movie with like the most over-exaggerated gore scenes I've seen in years. Like that film is exploitative as hell.
Right. Should we move on?
Yes, Dion.
Dion. So you might have seen it. You might have seen it on my channel already this week, but I reviewed Crash, David Cronenberg, because there's a new 4K out.
I need to watch it.
Is joint favorite Cronenberg for me, but honestly, it's one
It is
of
my
these.
absolute favorite.
I'm gonna be very brief for this, but literally, it's just a film that doesn't really judge. It shows people with fulfilling basically their fantasies, but how extreme do you go down those other fantasies? Just the whole way it's shot, it's weirdly intimate, but it shows very grotesque levels of blood, wounds. It expressively opens about bisexuality. Basically, my last log on Letterboxd was this: David Cronenberg doesn't care what you think. And Crash is that film for me. I adore it. If you want to hear me ramble on about it for 7 minutes, go over to my channel. You'll see it there. That's it. I'm gonna shut up now. Discuss.
Fantastic, man. Just like it was my first Cronenberg. No. It was my second after The Fly, and I saw Crash because I read about it and it sounded like the most perverted film I've ever heard about. And I saw it, and it was surprisingly, as you said, it wasn't really an indictment of that kind of lifestyle. It was more of a like, this is fucked up. You're stuck with it. Now you experience this. This is what you see. And the way he goes about it is pretty kind of, it's not trivial, but it's also not entirely like, it's not entirely like unique. The way he shows it is really kind of, it's like middle of the road car crash, and then things happen, and it's beautiful. I think it's gorgeous.
Yeah, obviously that's the thing with this film. It was so controversial in the day when it came out in '86. Got banned in a lot of countries.
Wow.
There's a few different cuts of it in existence, and then Turbine in Germany did the restoration of this with the DOP, and then Cronenberg gave it the seal of approval. But honestly, the 4K transfer is beautiful. As Nazrin Prod says, beautiful film, and the German release is fantastic. Obviously, there's rumors that Arrow are making a set for it. I will double dip easily with that. Yeah, it's a really good Cronenberg film. Obviously, the 90s for Cronenberg. Yeah, you know what I mean? There's what did Cronenberg introduce in the 90s? I'm actually trying to think now. Can we think?
Wait, Existence, when was that?
Oh yeah, Existence is another one. Obviously, Existence is well, basically it's a remake of Videodrome movie, isn't it? So
I mean, like a much more streamlined.
Well, obviously, don't forget you had Naked Lunch. Naked Lunch is fucking crazy, absolute mental. Then you've got M Butterfly. Right. And then Crash Existence. Those are his 4 films, but Crash is the best film of the 90s for Cronenberg, I think. And then Kuckerberg, Elias Koteas was so good and creepy as hell in Crash. Exactly. His line delivery is so calm but sinister at the same time. It's amazing. But that's the thing. When I see Elias Koteas in anything now, I just think of Crash. So and then. Well, Stiff Kittens, there's flies everywhere. I had to close my window, I think. Stiff Kittens then says Existence shares quite a bit with the Matrix. Those game pod freak me out still. Well, yeah, Existence is very
heavy on imagery too. Like it's just like
but
Crash. I feel like the beauty of Crash is in the details, as you say, like the dialogue, the way they go about the like. It's like that's their life and that's it. The mundane nature of such abhorrent activities is something that is absolutely fascinating. The way he showcases it,
definitely. Watch it. I think you'd dig it, Huss. Watch it late at night because it's a really good watch late at night.
Yeah, I really like Spader. I love his voice.
Spader this is one of my favorite Spader performances as well. He just freaking dived into this film. Like he just went for it. And the thing is as well, you think of Spader in the 90s, he was, a big star.
Yeah.
And then to make something like Crash. Oh yeah, Elias Cortez is also in Thin Red Line. Okay, I'm regretting not putting Thin Red Line on this list, but I'm not changing it now. Right, how many have we got? How many has everybody got left?
I think like 3.
We got 3. Yeah.
3.
Okay, I haven't lost count. Okay.
Have you ever
First
seen
book.
Have you ever seen Spader in The Office as
Yeah.
Robert California? He's so funny in there. He's like he's one of the best characters. So funny.
Yeah. He's well. I think that's the problem with Spader now. I think like everybody associates him with being Ultron in Avengers as well, don't they?
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah. So there are no strings on me, fuckers. Stiff kittens. I had to get German Digibook of Existence, even though I can't understand any of it. Then, as soon as I bought it, 101 released it. Yeah, I've got the 101 box for that. It's a good edition. Right, Huss. Where we go next?
Okay, next up, I've got a movie by Zhang Yimou. It is Zhu Dao, which is such a beautiful film. It's set in a dye factory, and it's just so beautiful. It's got these the use of colors in this, like the use of reds, and we have Gong Li in it, and Gong Li gets married to this to the owner of the dye factory, and she has a bit of a relationship with the owner's I think it's his adopted son, and she has a child with him, and things, certain things are because I don't want to ruin it for everyone, but it's just such a beautiful film, and I think it was like that era was the era where Zhang Yimou really got more very visual in his films. Well, in the late 80s, then coming to the 90s. I mean, this was very early on in the 90s, and it's so stunning. I mean, it's a very visual film. I mean, we talk about Zhang Yimou like we were earlier. We were talking about Hero, and this is just it's a very good start into Yimou. I think if anyone wants to get into Zhang Yimou, and obviously you've seen like House and Daggers, but if you want to see his more older stuff, I think this is a really good title to pick up on, and it's just absolutely a stunning movie, and just the use of color in it. I don't know if any of you guys have seen
do you know if are there any like fresh releases of it available? Or do I have to resort to like DVDs or digital?
Shoot out. Let me just see. I mean, I've got the Korean release of it. Is there a way to?
It's on Prime Video for free right now in the UK, and then there's only a DVD of it in the UK also for £9.
So it's on Prime.
It's on Prime in the Prime UK, yeah,
for free.
Well, for free. Well, with your Prime membership, yeah.
Yeah, with your Prime membership. So I really recommend anyone to watch it. I mean, I'm not. When I'm talking about it, I'm not really doing it any justice, but it is an absolutely stunning film, and it's very passionate, very very sexual in a way, because the relationship this Gong Li has with her husband's sort of like son is but Gong Li is just brilliant in it. Yeah.
Is it better than Great Wall?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Oh,
so
Great Wall.
Banter.
Release the Yimou cut.
Oh God. hey, release release all the cuts, release the Aya cut, release the Lynch Dune cut, release
Jesus
them all.
Christ.
The wave
We're
is
about-
happening. What we got? Eric says Judo is very good film. I personally prefer Not One Less and To Live from Emu 90s filmography. Plus disagrees, obviously.
Well, I'm saying this more as a sense of like it's a great start into when he started his films became a lot more visual. I mean, you got Red Sorghum as well,
Yeah.
but that was I think the year prior to this.
Yeah.
I mean, he did a lot of films involving red. Yeah.
Well, based on what I'm seeing, it looks so different to the majority of his big parts of his filmography. So I'm really intrigued.
Yeah.
And also it's on Prime, so that makes me even happier. Kuckerberg also, Cat A titles were a huge part of the boundary pushing cinemas in the 90s. The untold story is still extreme, but even by today's standards, Ebola syndrome to Nazim Prod. I have Judo Story. I was on the doors at a local cinema club at the university. Alas, before the film, I got very, very drunk and then had to usher people into the cinema, watch it with no concentration. Oh. That's hilarious. Anthony Wong is the king of the catties. And then we've got Raise the Red Lantern is my favorite Emu. What is your favorite Emu film?
Mine, Red Sorghum.
Yeah.
Red Sorghum. That's about a woman who's has an arranged marriage to a man who owns a distillery, and then he really wants an heir to his business, and as soon as he gets one, he finds out it's not really his child, and it's quite crazy. It's quite. I don't want to ruin it for anyone. I'm not really ruining it for anyone because but it's a really wonderful film, and it's got Zhang Wen in it. Yeah, he's really good in that as well.
What great Chinese cinema! Like, I mean, it's so hard to find Chinese films to watch like online on like most streaming. But I went on Criterion channel because I really want to. I'm really trying to get like a Li Zhangke films. Like, I'm dying to see Platform, and I just can't find it anywhere. Like,
and they aren't on movie, right?
No, I'm so tempted to buy that DVD for £20. I don't know why, but I really want to watch Platform. But yeah, Chinese cinema is so difficult to obtain.
I know,
in the UK,
and Taiwanese cinema.
Taiwanese, yeah. So I'm waiting the day for the Tsai Ming Lang set to come out. It's going to be a magical day.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll ever release his stuff and who would release it, because I don't find his film to be very accessible to the not like other than hardcore cinema goers. I don't see his stuff being on there.
No, I know what you mean, but that's the thing. Like, obviously, Criterion Channel released 3 of his earlier films. Like,
yeah, that's cool.
Is there a possibility?
They are a possibility.
That they might come out on Blue. Because Rebels in the Neon God, it's
I think
1080.
that's Tsai Ming Lang's most accessible film.
Yeah, because do you know who are big advocates for Tsai Ming Lang? Safdie brothers.
Really?
They love Tsai Ming Lang. They always talk about Tsai Ming Lang films. So if you can get all those A24ers on the bandwagon, you might get some Tsai Ming Lang.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool. Dimitri's seen The River. I mean, have you seen The River, Dion?
No, it's one of the next. It's one of the ones I'm going for next. Obviously, like for me now, I've seen Goodbye Dragon Inn, I've seen Rebels, Neon God, and Days. But I'm in awe of his cinema. I love it so far. But I think obviously I've got another 3 weeks of this, and I'm on furlough now, so I can watch as many fucking movies as I want. So it'll be fine. What else we got? Anthony Wong, King. Yeah. Criterion Channel is like Disney Plus for cinephiles. Yes, it is. Is so handy. Zuckerberg, they really need to work on distribution and the rights issues for releasing more Criterion titles in the UK. Yeah, that's just a minefield of a discussion. That's the problem. There's so many. I think in the UK specifically, we have so many art house distributors because if they've bought the rights for any type of film, they're stuck with it for a while. Like Curzon buys so many of these films, it just becomes an issue. I think this is why Parasite, like the Parasite situation, that's still not cleared up, but it sounds like it is happening. But obviously, Parasite is out on Blu-ray in the UK on Monday, along with that Steelbook and everything else.
Yeah.
And obviously, want to release the black and white version after that.
Yeah. I mean,
What about the 4K?
There's no 4K in the UK yet.
Only Germany.
I think only in Germany still. The US 4K is coming out soonish, I think.
I don't know.
I mean, it's like talking about rights. I mean, Tsukamoto's Vital company owns the rights for it, and it won't be up for grabs till like 2024 or something like that.
You just have to wait. That's the thing.
And they won't, and they're not going to release it because I think the company went bust or something, but they still own the rights to it. But
no, well, that's the thing, isn't it? I think that this has been the problem in the past with films and rights is that you get, like these older films that you just can't obtain. It's literally because nobody knows who owns the rights. It's like it becomes so confusing. That's the problem with it. Maybe with a few. That's the thing with Simon Lang films. I don't think I've ever heard of a Simon Lang film coming out in the cinema unless it's been in a festival in the United Kingdom. I don't think they've ever been in there, and you've only been able to see them online.
That's our issue with like Hong Sang-soo too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, there's three early Hong Sang-soos coming out in America over the summer.
They love him in
through
the
Lincoln Center. They love Hong Sang-soo. Well, specifically New York. Like they love Hong Sang-soo, but there's so many editions of his films. Like that's where I buy most of my Hong Sang-soo films. Simon Lang remake with a fang Daniel Radcliffe confirmed.
Was that something remake the fight?
God. What else we got? Bimbusk says would love to be able to get the Criterion channel. Have considered trying the VPN service. Yeah, exactly. Just do the VPN and then you'll get it. And then you only need to use the VPN while you register, and then after that you can stream it as much as you want without VPN. So it's magic. Black and white version of Parasite. Lol. No, thank you, says Kickerberg. Just wait for the Criterion. I'm sure the black and white will be. Well, I don't know if it'll be in the. Well, unless it's a double disc, maybe. Like above, the law of Yen Beau and Rothrock needs a UK release. Would you agree?
I think the whole thing with the black and white Parasite is it's like Mad Max. You remember the Chrome edition? It's like stripping away all of the colors that made the film so unique and making some, like, if you shoot in black and white, then yeah, but if you're artificially creating like some black and white, faux black and white version, then what's the point?
True.
Yeah, I mean, he done it with Mother. He did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think he, obviously desaturated it and just added more contrast or something. I mean, it's a thing.
He can do what he wants, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You could do that
right, Dimitri,
with your TV, what? Couldn't you? Couldn't you just do it with the TV and just bring the color down? Put the contrast up a little bit.
But you have to pay an extra £15 to own it, then.
True. Yeah.
Dimitri, where we go next?
Okay, people are gonna hate me for this one, like some at least. But I consider this to be like one of the most revolutionary films of the 90s, and that's The Blair Witch Project. I find The Blair Witch Project to be absolutely fucking terrifying. That's one film that it regardless of the entire trend that it spawned, like the found footage trend, Blair Witch Project will always stay with me as one of the most terrifying experiences I've ever had, and one that I feel like as a kid, I wouldn't have appreciated if I saw it earlier, but I saw it like right at the perfect age when obviously the believability of it wasn't. I feel like that there's like a very safe feel to it that is missing from most of the horror films of the 90s and 2000s. You don't really get to see that anymore, and it's one of those like once in a lifetime filmmaking kind of tests that you get from like some up and coming filmmakers that some never really get the chance to even have their film screen at Sundance, but some do have this level of impact on the industry. I think the kind of the way they made the characters like sort of interact in a very ad-libbed way adds a lot to the feel of seclusion and like being isolated in this forest. It's just, I don't know, man. The entirety of that film is drenched in that like what is it, Black Hills Forest, I think that's the forest they go to. And it's just the atmosphere of being like the sense of being lost. I feel like that film captures that like no other, really.
No.
I mean, the ending with the house is like you see in the sequels and in the in the reboot that we had like recently, and in the game you see those elements come back, but the kind of the fear of the unknown, the lack of entity that you have to be scared of, is something that I think really adds to the kind of the ghoulishness of the film. You don't have like a scary monsters popping up. You don't have jump scares, really. You don't have anything that makes like a standard found footage horror movie a found footage horror movie. You just have like a straight up home video shitty looking movie that is incredibly effective.
Just like Trash Humpers.
Just like Trash Humpers.
No, Blair Witch Project is like that film that everybody talked about in school because they all got to watch it on like a video. Like I remember when it came out and everybody just fucking shit their pants, but everybody then was saying, "Oh no, it's a real tape. It's a real tape. This shit really happens." Like because I live in a rural area, so like being by the woods and stuff, you just you just fucking freak out. But people actually did, the wood shape.
The stick man. Yeah,
People made them around our place and just left them in the woods. So this film had like a massive impact on like horror in general, but fuck man, it still freaks the shit out of me now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just there's something about it that like I don't know what exactly it is. Maybe it's the lack of like funding, maybe it's the lack of like soundtrack or anything. It just it's that like it's not realness, but it's mostly just the bleakness of it all. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's really fucking good. I know it's very controversial. Like, a lot of people hate it nowadays. Like, people say, "Oh, it's a movie about nothing happens," blah blah blah.
Yeah, but I think living in the 90s, like, I was at that age where it impacted society, man. It was a massive part of like pop culture at that point, and I'm sure Hush would say the same.
Yeah,
like it was just that film that everybody talked about for ages. Like I remember having carry on.
It was the first of its kind. That was the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that was like, you had Cannibal Holocaust, and then you had another really underrated like 95 like movie, like a found footage movie that nobody really talks about nowadays. But Blair Witch was the one who really kind of spawned it, that really brought it to the forefront of the industry, and really interesting one. Like even the sequel, like the release the Berlinger cut right now, like a lot of people campaigning to release like Book of Shadows, the original cut, because the Book of Shadows was made by the dude who made the Ted Bundy documentary and the Zac Efron movie.
I've never watched the second film.
It's bizarre. Like it's really weird. It's like angsty teenagers try to recreate Blair Witch. It's like a meta movie.
I think for me, Scream and Blair Witch Project kind of like perfectly encapsulate my horror viewing of the 90s.
Exactly.
Movie.
Yes. Same. Totally.
And living through it as well. Like I still remember watching Scream when I was far too young to watch it, but it stuck with me it's stuck with me all my life, and it will until the day I fucking die. I love But I've not watched Blair Witch in years, like absolute years.
Like I rewatched it like I think a year ago, and it holds up, like really holds up. I was surprised.
I'd love to have a VHS of that and stick it on a VHS because it would just be even freakier, I think.
Yes.
Like, because it's the same with Ring. Do you know what I mean? Like, Ring was another one that like freaked me out and all my friends. But yeah, man, no, good choice.
Yeah, people in the
Well,
comments mentioned the last broadcast. Yeah, Eric, you're right. Yeah, 1998. You're right. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
That's another found footage movie.
Wreck is another
Rec
good
is
one.
good. Wreck is good. Quarantine though, you remember the remake of it? Oh,
Yeah,
that was
that
was rough.
We got Black and White, Fury Road, interesting bleak tone. It was different, which I liked. Trash Humpers with the emphasis on the word trash. Trash Humpers is a masterpiece, Zuckerberg. Deal with it. It's not really a masterpiece.
We need a Criterion release of Trash Humpers.
Fuck yes, that would be amazing. Nazarene Pro Blair Witch Project, I hated. I just wondered why not just follow the river. I live near a countryside and it just bugged me.
But do you remember how it went in circles? Like it never let them go. The dude literally threw out like his map or whatever because the witch forced him to. So yeah, it's just kind of that scary factor. I don't know. It's something that's why I never go into the woods like camping, like for real.
Yeah,
it's like like Jaws. I still go to the water, like, but Blair Witch is the reason why I don't fucking go camping.
Did they ever show the witch in any of the
No. They showed like a monster in Blair Witch, the recent one, the 2016 one.
Yeah,
they showed like a weird monster creatures, but then the screenwriter was like, "Oh no, it's not actually Blair Witch. It's kind of like a monster that is controlled by the Blair Witch," which is just bizarre. Like the whole point of Blair Witch was the fact that it just like what is it? Is it like an unseen entity? Is it like aliens? What the fuck is it? No one knows.
Yeah.
Like the creepy theories everyone would make that.
We got Eric saying, Sci-Fi Channel had a Blair Witch special before the movie came out. It freaked me out, but when I heard it was going to be a film in the theaters, I realized it was fake. Great stuff, though. Exactly.
Those are on Blu-ray. Yeah, those are on Blu-ray. On the Blu-ray.
Yeah. Are they? The last broadcast came out in 1988. Not as good as Blair Witch though. Scream, stiff curtains. I prefer the last broadcast, says Nazarene Prod. Norway 2005 is my favorite found footage film, says Eric. I still can't watch it at night. Norway,
the like the one that's based on like an urban legend, I think. I think it's Japanese.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
No, I've not seen it.
Interesting. Okay.
I think it's called Noroi the Curse. I'm pretty sure it's like the English title of it. Yeah.
Kia 45, Blair Witch, love Blair Witch as well. Just watched Firewalk with Me. Oh my god, what a great film! Freaked me out. Wasn't expecting it. I'm sure Firewalk with Me is going to be in something here. Kuckerberg, that VHS 2 section by Gareth Evans was okay. I not watched VHS.
Have you seen it? Have you seen that? It's the one. There's that segment with Gareth Evans with like a suicide cult. Like an Asian suicide cult. These people go with like handheld cameras to film this cult, and then like randomly people starts blowing their brains out. They're like, what the fuck is happening? And it turns out like, okay, I'm not gonna spoil, but like something really, really fucking weird happens by the end. Like some pregnancy happens, and like a baby is born, and that's all I'm gonna say.
So Gareth Evans actually made the horror film that was actually good.
Yes. VHS 2, man, like VHS 2 in general is a good like horror anthology. Like straight up, it has most of the segments are actually good. Like the other VHS movies are,
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll do it because I need to support my fellow Welshman. McFarlane Toys made a version of The Witch.
Yes, it's just weird. Like if you look it up, it looks just like a hag. It's weird. Like. It's like a monster.
Kuckerberg then says those ABC's of death movies with the shorts and numerous random directors was pretty good in most parts.
That one had a short by. That movie had a short by the director of the Serbian film.
Oh really? I've seen the first one. I like the first one.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
All right. Okay. Next up on
Dion.
mine, Dion, or as Gung Fu calls me, Dino, for some reason. Um, I still don't understand that one, but it's fine. Right. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm going to do this quite quick because not many people probably have seen it, but The Lovers on the Bridge, Leos Carax, 1981,
Yes.
Denis Lavon, Juliette Binoche. I've talked about this a few times. It's been on my channel recently. Highly recommend it. It's just about two lovers on the bridge. Oh, Meter says it's awful. Are you talking about lovers
What?
on the bridge? Because are you smoking crack?
No way.
It's one of the like biggest like set pieces ever, like freaking shot in Paris. You know, Leos Carax filmed on Pont Neuf, which is like the oldest bridge in Paris. It's just a really interesting film about two very toxic people, and just to the extent of them just trying to stay together. Has some of the best like night shots in Paris using fireworks. Suicide film, cool. Oh, Serbian film is. Oh, Meters is talking about Serbian film.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Serbian film is awful, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah, Serbian film is a piece of shit. And then Roman says, Dino loves Pont Neuf. Yes, j'adore Pont Neuf. I love. Do you know what? Like, I've been to Paris numerous times, and I fucking go Pont Neuf every fucking time I go there. I love walking around that area. It's one of my favorite parts of Paris. Anyway, this is one of my favorite. If this is joint with Holy Motors, but Leos Carax really just brings like another character into Paris. It's like this amazing like dance sequence with Denis Lavon and Juliette Binoche with fireworks. It's a really great piece of film. Anything I say about this film, I cannot give it enough justice. But if you've not seen it and you want to watch a good 90s French film, Leos Carax, Lovers on the Bridge, that is a dino out. Yeah, okay.
It's a beautiful film. It's like a very
Yeah, it's
intimately
really
shot film too. Like
Exactly,
despite
yeah.
like the subject matter and how like
Yeah.
this is like a weird relationship going on. The way it's shot
Mm.
is very kind of muted and like it's
Yeah.
contrasted with all of these fireworks and the grandeur of Paris. I love it.
Is very, very good. One of my favorite French films of all time.
Really?
Top
Is it your
5.
second favorite Carax?
No, joint favorite. I
Really?
can't decide between Holy Motors and that. Obviously,
What up,
Annette
Polo
is,
X?
you know, Polar Polar X is
The
okay.
Fable.
It's not great. The Fable. Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's number 9?
Okay, next up I have by Chen Cage. I've got Farewell My Concubine.
Yes.
Yes.
This is just just a wonderful film. It's based on like it starts off with these two actors from the Peking Opera. You got Leslie Chung, who plays very feminine characters, and he has this sort of like it's not like a some sort of romantic relationship, but he works with another actor, and then when this actor falls in begins a relationship with Gong Li, who plays in this film again, we see like the rift between these three characters, and it's really these three characters in a time span of like the Republic of China to the Cultural Revolution that happens in China, and it's a very historic film, but also more about these three characters, and I think it's just it's a very different character. Yeah, it is. It's an absolutely brilliant film. I mean, it's very accessible for anyone. I mean, and it's easy to find on Blu-ray as well.
Well, Arrow's got the rights to it now.
Really, I thought BFI did.
No, BFI have a release, but Farewell My Concubine. Oh no, sorry. I'm thinking about Last Emperor. Ignore me.
I know.
Arrow's got Last
I
Emperor.
can understand why you're thinking of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's stunning, absolutely stunning movie. Yeah.
It's epic, isn't it? Really. That's
Yeah. I mean, it's a long movie. It's a very long
Well,
movie.
yeah. I remember watching it when I had like tonsillitis one time. Every time I'm sick, and I'm in bed, I always watch the long films I've been meaning to watch for years. And I still remember watching Fell My Concubine, but do you know what? I actually wouldn't mind a rewatch of it now.
Yeah.
I love it. Good choice. It was in my honorable mentions. Didn't put it on my list because I had a funny feeling you'd put it on.
Yeah.
Have you seen it, Dimitri?
No, I only saw The Last Emperor out of these that you mentioned. I unfortunately have not seen Farewell, My Concubine. I saw bits and pieces on like when it was on TV, but never seen the whole thing.
What else do you have to say, sorry, Huss?
Yeah, it's just so beautiful. It really is.
It's a good release by BFI as well.
Mm.
It was a good release. I like it. What else we got? Lovers on the Bridge. I shared that film too, but remained sober for that one. Well, yeah, you'd be a very broken man if you were drunk watching that film because it takes you through the motions of being in relationships. Meters, did anyone mention Three Colors already? Yes, Dimitri did. Oh my god, maybe about an hour ago, possibly. If you want to go back, Stiff Kittens Rocketeer, based on one of my favorite comics, Jennifer Connelly playing the Fool, and in that comic is Betty Page and Great
Rocketeer is fun.
It's a
fun movie.
Strong Disney film.
Do you remember the from 2000? There was another one called Sky Captain. I think it was very similar in the way, like it captured that style.
What else we got? One of the best Starship Troopers shower scene. Oh god, yeah, that shower scene. That was, I don't know, that was like in hour one of this stream, probably, isn't it?
Yeah, that was hour one, definitely.
Hannah B, not on anybody's list. Beautiful Katana movie.
I put Sonatine on my list.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
I know everyone loves
too many
Hannah
Katanas.
B. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could make a whole list of Katana.
I know you could. What else we got? Anyone mentioned Jacob's Ladder or Dark City? I haven't got either in my list.
Yeah, they're both kind of fun, but like not.
Marvel Fan Footage 5. I was drunk during Phantom of the Paradise watch trip. Yeah, exactly. It's the best way to watch it, being pissed. Needs Criterion if it doesn't have one already. Hannah B. I don't know if it actually has a Criterion. Do you, Huss?
What's that?
Hannah B?
Yeah, I've got the Korean, but it's also released on Third Window.
Third Window. Cool homage and Holy Motors with Binoche on the roof of Last Maritime. Yes. Carrots for life. Okay. Dimitri, number 9.
Okay, so I was actually about to go with Safe, and I think I will go with Safe because even though I mentioned Thin Red Line, I do have a soft spot for Todd Haynes' Safe. It's a film that's very kind of it's a rough watch, especially right now given the isolation. But Julianne Moore's character in that film, also coincidentally called Carol, is this kind of she gets sick. The entire film is her. So the first scene, she kind of gets a cuff. You don't really. It's like this subtle, unnerving feel to it. It's almost like a horror film in a lot of ways. And it starts off. You get the sense of like something isn't right with her, and then the film unravels into this like. A lot of people think it's a metaphor for like any sort of illness, like AIDS. Any chronic illness like AIDS. Cancer. You name it. But there's also, I think there's a significant message of like personal, like of something being so ingrained inside you. So the movie kind of it establishes a virus as the sort of not just only a disease, but also as an inherent part of Julianne Moore's character. So by the end, it's kind of the disease. It doesn't really. It's like you think for yourself whatever it is, but it overpowers her character. And I'm trying to avoid spoilers, but it's kind of the lack of not only cure but also kind of personal escape from it is what makes it really harrowing. Like for me, at least, it's a really harrowing watch. At the end, it becomes clear that all she can do is really give in to the the cult-like facility at the end, and the ending is really, it's one of those endings that really stuck with me, and it's terrifying, it's mesmerizing, it's also very, very eloquent in its depiction of like a woman's struggle against patriarchy. I think there's quite a few scenes that showcase like her relationship with her husband and how the whole kind of world almost gets to her in a lot of ways. Also, cool fact, it has a really, like, there's a scene where she has a grand mal seizure, which I think is like most of the films when they showcase seizures, they go like overboard. I think this film really kind of nails it down with like clinical efficiency, the way like everything is in it. It's like, Todd Haynes, but in this film he kind of goes for static shots. Like the entire film is very static, and it adds to that kind of sense of, I feel like it's very unnerving, almost similar to like, I don't know, Lanthimos in like the way he shot Killing of a Sacred Deer, I would say. It's a really underappreciated film. I know like Thin Red Line is amazing, but Safe is like, I feel like more people should check it out. Todd Haynes is a fantastic filmmaker. I see, Dark Waters, really, really forgotten film from last year. I think it got dumped
we
in
only got it
theaters.
this year.
It's a shame, man. Like, it's a great film. It's a great fucking film.
Todd Haynes is an amazing director, but not like you talk about Safe, but Far From Heaven, I prefer Far From Heaven to Safe.
Far From Heaven's been great.
Far From Heaven is fucking amazing. I love that film, and it's my favorite Julianne Moore film.
Really?
Talk about Julianne Moore,
like in general.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, definitely my favorite Todd Haynes film. But yeah, no.
I'll say mine is Will Ferrell, but
it's
Safe
been ages since I watched Safe. Long time. Like, I think I watched Safe after I watched Carol, because Carol was my first Todd Haynes, and then I watched all of his movies. But yeah, I definitely agree. But not enough people talk about Todd Haynes. It's crazy. Like Velvet Goldmine as Nazareth Todd. Fucking Velvet Goldmine's amazing.
Was that 90s? I think that was like late 90s, early 2000s, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's
1998. Yeah, it's 1998.
Yeah. Oh, actually, it's on my honorable mentions, but I didn't put it on. But yeah, good choice. Very good choice. We got Stiff Kittens actually brought the Criterion of Safe recently. Eric says, this is another movie I need to put on my watch list. You guys are killing me. Exactly. It's the point, Eric. Death. Yeah, it's weird. Dark Waters, Dark Waters is like, it makes you so angry about governments and companies. Is crazy.
And there's also like clinical way he shoots his films. I feel like with Carol, it's kind of emotionally charged. With other films like Safe and Dark Waters, it's almost like a horror film. It's almost like a really kind of deep examination of something. Very interesting films.
Definitely. See, it was a good choice. Good choice, my friend. But yeah, no, very good choice. We've got a lot of Hannity discussion here now. It's no wonder that Hannity got the Palme d'Or in 2007. Did Taste of Cherry get
1997?
97. Isn't 97's Taste of Cherry and The Eel were joined in 97 for Palme d'Or in Cannes. There's Kirasami. And The Eel. I don't think Hannity. Okay, I got to check.
They got the Golden Lion at the Venice.
Okay.
Yeah, Kitano's always been a Venice
kind of guy.
But Taste of Cherry and The Eel, because I always remember 97 because it was a joint winner. Okay, I'm going completely off my list now, right? Waterboy, 1998.
What? Wait. The one with
Adam Sandler's Waterboy is in my top 10.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I have to say,
I'm just putting this out there now, right? Okay, because this is not a ranked list of anything. This is just a list of the films of the 1990s I love, and The Waterboy is that film that just takes me back to when I was younger. I have watched this film so many times. I can repeat most of the lines from this film. I just get so much joy thinking about the Waterboy and the Sandman because it's my favorite Sandler comedy of them all.
For real.
And,
Like not even Happy Gilmore.
I like Happy Gilmore, but not as much as I love the Waterboy. But I like Billy Madison also.
Yeah,
but
Billy Madison.
The Waterboy has a very, I don't know, it has a close place in my heart because I just remember watching it with my friends all the time. We just laughed our heads off to it because it's just so fucking funny. Kathy Bates in that film just kills me every time. But Waterboy.
Jesus, now that you're talking about like trashy comedy movies, I'm just remembering how like Problem Child was on TV every single fucking weekend over here.
Yeah.
Absolutely god awful film. It's like subjected to that. But man, like I haven't seen Waterboy in ages. I don't even remember it. But you know,
Waterboy is like yeah.
Is it like God tier Sandler, in your opinion?
Yeah, in my opinion, it's God tier Sandler. Like it's not even Little Nicky. I love Little Nicky as well. It's so fucking stupid, but
that movie's bizarre.
Yeah, do you know what? I've met Chris Evans a few times. Like my boss is friends with him and stuff like that. But like at times I've just spoken to him about his career, and I tell him sometimes like, you do realize how much like I love him in Little Nicky as his brother. It's one of his like best like villainy kind of characters. But and obviously like the one that he tells me that he hates the most is talking about Eyeball Paul in Kevin and Perry Go Large. But you've probably never seen Kevin and Perry Go Large, Dimitri, but I'm sure Huss has seen Kevin and Perry Go Large.
I've seen it.
All I want to do is it's a great comedy, man. Really, really good. I think I've kind of pissed some people off now, right, with this.
No.
Zuckerberg the water lad, LOL. I like Waterboy, I do, but it's a good goofy comedy though. Okay, I'm leaving this video now that Waterboy has been mentioned. There's nothing wrong with Waterboy. Roman says I'd fight for Happy Gilmore and Billy Madison over Waterboy, but okay, exactly. This is my choice. It ain't your choice, Roman. Come fight me, bro. Billy Madison's funny. Billy Madison's fucking hilarious. But I really love Waterboy. Bumbusk says I plan to see Dark Water soon. Most of my local cinemas reopen today. I'm from Denmark, with Dark Waters being one of the new titles. Well, very, very nice. I fucking miss going to the cinema.
I think in Finland they're also showing Dark Waters right now, like from June. I checked their like local cinemas in Finland and
interesting. Stiffkin says Adam Sandler should have his tongue cut off night. But have you not seen Adam Sandler in Uncut Gems, Punch Drunk Love? He's a fucking good actor. Like, I knew some people would be like this, but it's fine. Problem child Michael. Then Safdie's reference Big Brother all the time. Big girl, Cookberg. See, all I want to do is do it. Big girl.
What do you think Adam Sandler's worst film is?
Fuck it. Was it? What's the
Jack
twin
and Jill.
one?
Jack and Jill.
Yeah. That's his worst movie.
Don Casino.
Have you seen Robot Chicken did this little sketch where it's Jack and Jill, and it's Jack looking in a mirror and he sees Jill, and he's like they're the same person.
Yeah.
And then he ends up slitting his wrists.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that? Do you remember what was that? The Sandler? I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry.
Oh my God! What? That's like the most homophobic movie of the 2000s.
You think?
I don't know. Probably. I remember like seeing the ads for it, and everybody was like, "Oh, these Adam Sandler and Kevin James are playing homos."
Adam Sandler keeps mentioning Rudy Giuliani in a few of his films, or having Rudy Giuliani in there. Like before Rudy Giuliani was more
crazy.
seen to be this weirdo lawyer. He's quite funny now.
Fucking freaky.
Yeah.
There's this like speech he did at a Trump rally, and then he just yells America, like America, like constantly in the speech. It's fucking hilarious, man. Julian is a comedian. No
Jeez.
Troll 2 love. There is no love for Troll 2 on this side.
I mean, Show 2 is like, I mean, come on, like, you know, if you get drunk, you watch it. It's a fun movie.
Peter's asking, "What's your view on it? What is my view on it?" I personally quite like it. I remember watching a trailer for it on like a VHS years ago, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" But
Wait, what's
yeah,
Airheads? I don't remember that.
Google it.
Is it that? Okay.
Just check it out. Cookbook Super Mario Bros. The movie. Yeah, that's definitely not a people's either.
The Goombas in that film. Oh my god.
The Goombas. Yeah, I know. I still need to rewatch it. I remember when Roman was on the stream and we were talking about Super Mario Bros. But I need to definitely need to watch that again because I don't remember much of it. Huss, what is your last choice? I can't believe it's taken 4 hours to get to 10 films.
I know. My last choice is directed by Peter Chan. It is Comrades, Almost a Love Story. I don't know if any of you have seen this movie.
No. But sell it to me.
Okay, it stars Maggie Cheung and Leon Lei. They both play these two Chinese mainlanders that have migrated to Hong Kong. Now, Leon Lei's just migrated over there, and then he's going to go to like a McDonald's, and he's trying to speak Cantonese, and he ends up speaking Mandarin, and he meets Maggie Cheung, who's this this is not like a character, not like any character I've seen Maggie Cheung play before. She's like this very crafty, streetwise opportunist. She's just trying to make her money like quick and like even like scamming people in a way. And Leon Lei is very much a quieter, I can say shy kind of guy that could easily be scammed out of his money. And it's this love story that builds between these two characters, and then because of their need to like raise money for their families in mainland China, they like Maggie Cheung's character leaves to go abroad, and then he goes his way, and it's just that there's two stories when they're separated till like obviously when they meet up later on. It's got Eric Sang in there. Christopher Doyle's even in it. He has a part in this film. He plays an English teacher. It's just a really charming film. Maggie Cheung's even said this is, other than In the Mood for Love, this is her most personal work that she's ever done. And it's
very
interesting. Really like nice movie. It's just really cool. Yeah,
that sounds delightful.
That's very interesting. Like very like I feel like damn, my list is like all fucking depressing. Like this is just this is interesting.
This is why the Waterboy is in my list.
Yeah, man. Like you just wait and like for the film that I choose to end this, and it's like Anyway, this actually sounds delightful.
Yeah, no, I definitely need to check that one out. Andre says Comrades is great. I have the Korean Blu-ray. Andrew's got everything. He needs to do like a room tour of his collection.
I've got the Korean Blu-ray. I mean, I know there was a Chinese Blu-ray of it as well that came out. That was like a very limited edition steelbook. But yeah, I don't know if it's got a UK release.
Not sure.
But you can watch it.
I'm sure it's on something, isn't it?
Yeah.
It must be.
Let's have a look.
Comrades, Almost a Lost.
Damn. How many Maggie Cheung movies have you actually had on your list today?
Yeah, I've just noticed that. I've got
Like 3 or 4 at least, I think. 3.
Oh yeah,
Days of Being Wild.
there is
2.
a region.
Oh, really?
Oh, there is a region A of Comrades, £46.
Damn.
Wow.
Who released it?
Only one left in stock, everybody. If you need to rush and spend 50 quid. I think it's a Warner Brothers release.
Warner Brothers released 40 quid. How?
Yeah. Je ne sais pas.
Yeah, Blue Fans released it on as a steelbook. That's
that's also on. Oh, Dimitri, did you just add that on your watch list now?
Yes.
Okay. I was like, oh, Dimitri is added to watch list. I was like, oh, did you know? Um,
Of course I did, because it sounds very interesting.
Kuckerberg is asking, OMG, nobody has Happiness on the list. Masterpiece from Todd Solondz. Slept on classic, in my opinion, despite the peed subplot. I have been meaning to watch it for a long time. You have now reignited a reason for me to watch it.
You know that there is a sequel.
There's a sequel?
Yeah, there's a sequel to Happiness called Love. Wait, something in the wartime? Something? Yeah. It's about the same kid.
Anything with Philip Seymour Hoffman, I'll watch. That man fucking picks some very interesting movies.
Yeah.
Dude, Solondz has like some really weird shit. Like there was this movie Palindromes, I think, and yeah, yuck.
Marvel fan
Not a
says
fan.
that Gorgeous. Marvel fan 45 says Gorgeous is his favorite movie of the 90s. The Jackie Chan movie, I'm assuming, right? Thoughts on Gorgeous, Huss?
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
Do you remember that one?
Another name.
I think it's actually called Gorgeous.
What's good? Wait. Oh yeah, I see.
I've not seen it.
That's,
It's more his.
This looks just a brief
Marvel's
glance at the poster.
Oh,
Marvel's a big Jackie Chan fan.
This has got a release like I think last year or the year before. Yeah, it's got Tony Leung in it. Wow.
Tony Leung is in everything.
Yeah.
Right, Dimitri, what is the last on your list, son?
Okay, so this one is pretty fucking depressing, but also really kind of darkly funny. This is very close to my heart because it's by a St. Petersburg director. It's the penultimate film from Alexei German. It's Hrustalov My Car, which is essentially just a big modernist indictment of the Russian authoritarianism, which has been a long-running theme for now, like even in modern Russian cinema. But this focuses on the film starts from the day when Stalin dies. So this is in a way kind of like Death of Stalin, but focusing rather than the people around Stalin, but on just this like doctor soldier dude who's like Dr. General, who is very paranoid. He believes that he is being threatened by he's a threat of the government and there's a conspiracy plot against him. So he starts going absolutely crazy. It's a very manic film. It's shot in this way that's like very hectic, almost like, I don't want to say like Terry Gilliam, but this is kind of almost in a way. It's very erratic. You have these scenes that just happen randomly. It's dirty, it's ugly, it's disgusting, but it's also very reminiscent of what life was during that kind of period. Like, you know, the Stalinism impacted everyone in this country, and the infused paranoia that came with it was a very prevalent topic for people who are scared of the government. And here it's portrayed in this comedic and bitter way, but at the same time, it's hard-hitting and reflects on the never-ending cycle of kind of Russian repression that keeps on going and going and going. And it was made, I think, in 1992, and it focuses on 1953. But the film is essentially universal in a lot of ways. You can apply this same subject matter to modern day Russia, and it would still be kind of the same, really.
Mm.
There's one scene towards the end. It's a bit of a spoiler, but you know, you'll get what I mean. I know a lot of people reference it. It's you see this general, and he comes to the deathbed of Stalin, and he sees Stalin, and he asks this guy, like this random dude who's standing there. He's like, "Oh, is that your father?" And the guy's like, "Oh, in a way, he kind of is." it's just a really bizarre look at that period in Russia, and it's depicted with this kind of this bitter, acidic sense of humor that's very unique. That's all I gotta say. His latest work, Hard to Be a God, I think it's his magnum opus. I do think Hard to Be a God is his best film, even though I think Krusalov is one of the finest works of the 90s. And it was released by Arrow, I think, a year or two ago. It was in cinemas, actually. They did like a really short run. But yeah, it has a great Blu-ray too.
What, Hard to Be a God?
No, Krusalov. They released Arrow release of that. Yeah, 2 years ago. They had like I have this really cool edition, which is like a really with the Khan. I think with the Khan poster.
Yeah, I've seen
Hard
that.
to Be a God was released like a long time ago. I think that's also Arrow. Yeah, that's also Arrow. Hard to Be a God is fantastic. That film was that film was in production for like 13 years, dude. Hard to Be a God. They couldn't like finish it. I think they finished it after his death, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fact. Like, there's a lot of like background story to it. Hard to Be a God that has to be accentuated.
I've seen the Krusalov Blu-ray a few times, but
same here.
Never like looked into it. But you've twisted my arm here.
But both of those are really good. Hard to Be a God and Krusalov are incredible. I do think they're like one of
crazy.
Yeah, no, I love it.
It is. It's like, you know, it's based on a book. It's based on the Strugatsky's book of the same name, but it's very, very it's very, very distinct and unique, and it's nothing like the book, really.
Interesting. There's Eric Peter says that he actually is one of his earlier reviews.
Nice. I have to check it out.
Channel. So I will also go and check that out. I have both Arrow releases. Interesting.
They're great.
Very interesting last film. Damn. Right. Okay. So I'm ending mine with David fucking Lynch.
Yes.
As always.
What a shock. Don't underestimate him. Right. I was going to be a bit of an asshole about this, and I was going to just say Twin Peaks, Lost Highway, and Wild at Heart, but I know I can't do that. So I picked my personal favorite of the three. As I've mentioned on this stream 1,000 times, Fire Walk with Me is a fantastic film, but I really love Wild at Heart. There's a reason why that won the Palme d'Or in 1990 to begin with. I think it's definitely his most interesting interpretation of like hyper-violence, uber-sexualization, and obviously it has one of the best like villains in Willem Dafoe and that fucking teeth, foul. But I love Nick Cage.
Nick Cage in it, yeah.
Nick Cage. I love Nick Cage and Laura Dern in this film. Their chemistry in this film is fucking great. You know the stairwell scene at the beginning when he starts beating that guy to a pulp and he just doesn't give a shit. It just emphasizes the whole tone of Wild at Heart, and it's easily one of my favorite Lynch films. But yeah, it had to go there. Like me and Dimitri talked about this earlier. Lost Highway is Dimitri's favorite, but Wild at Heart, I find myself just always thinking about it when I think of Lynch's films, and it's one of my favorite Laura Dern performances. Also, really, really love Wild at Heart quite a bit. So
it's really kind of it's a really it's a really offbeat film despite its stylistic choices.
Yeah,
really
it's
bizarre.
definitely that's the thing about this one. It's different to to the majority of Lynch's films, I think, as well, because it's not really dream based or anything. It's just a straight out, well, road trip, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Dude, if you like that, you have to check out the Doom Generation. You're probably gonna love the Doom Generation.
Well, I'll watch Mysterious Skin first, probably.
Yes, that's
and then
that's his best.
entry point. So yeah, Lost Highway for me, it's fucking Kookaburra Sailor is such a cool mofo in Wild at Heart. Exactly. Like I said, Nick Cage and Laura Dern just work so well together. And also, I think for Laura Dern, I've read a few interviews with her in it, and this performance for her was like this role to show that she can do more than just the girl next door. And I think Wild at Heart kind of does show that Laura Dern had a lot more range. But yeah, so Wild at Heart, that's how I'm ending it.
Yeah, I think it has probably one of the biggest casts for a Lynch film. Like, I mean, he always has a massive cast, but I mean, you've got obviously Rossellini, and pretty much quite nearly all of the Twin Peaks cast. You got like Sherilyn Fenn, Cheryl Lee, Harry Dean Stanton, Jack Nance. I mean, I think because everyone just loved working with him, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, this was because he made this after season 1. Yeah, he made it after season 1. So obviously
he was still on the rise back then. Like he was still like kind of getting his name seen. I think
this was his follow-up to Blue Velvet as well. Like,
wait, was it after? It was after. It was after Blue Velvet.
Yeah, it's his follow-up. Yeah, so 1986 you had Blue Velvet, and then 1990 you had Wild at Heart. And then he worked on Twin Peaks between 86 and 89 when it came out. So yeah, no, I love. Yeah,
I've got this in the David Lynch box set, the Blu-ray box set.
Which Blu-ray box set? Oh, the
David Lynch box set. Yeah, it's got like Blue Velvet.
Do you know in Germany they just released the full Lynch collection? I don't even like. I've been thinking about getting it, even though I have all of them anyway. But to have them all in one set, I'm just like, I'm tempted, but I'm steering away from it.
Did he say anything about the new Lost Highway release? Because he keeps saying that he needs that definitive version of Lost Highway, and the uni release is not that good.
Yeah, there was a release of Lost Highway in the States, a Region A, which was fucking trash, apparently.
Yes.
And then Lynch actually went out and said, do not buy this. I've not approved this at all. No, I don't know. The UK Lost Highway is fine. I have no problems there. There's some nice grain to the Lost Highway in the UK. But but okay, Kookaburra says a Lynch box set with the dodgy Lost Highway disc. I don't mind it. I think it's fine. Obviously, it needs to have a better restoration.
Yes,
exactly. Because he did obviously Mulholland Drive, Elephant Man, Blue Velvet. They've all had 4K remasters in the last 5-6 years. Well, Fire Walk with Me as well. Sorry, because the Criterion and then the French version came out. So yeah, it must be coming. But it's still no news. Honorable mentions, gentlemen.
Oh Jesus, Huss.
Well, you guys took a couple of mine, so I've had to dig into them. I've got Chunking Express, which we've sort of spoken on.
Covered.
Honeybee, which everyone else has been talking about.
Yeah.
Which I think is very is a great movie. I mean, have you seen it?
No. Wait.
So Kitano is he's a police officer. I think he's an ex-police. Yeah, he loses his job, but his wife falls ill, and he needs to raise money to, look after her. And he sort of like goes the other way of the law, yeah, he's absolutely brilliant in it, and he's such a great director. I mean, his pacing is just perfect, and this is one of his most beautiful films. The little paintings of the fireworks, like watching it being painted, is just stunning. And then my last one is Dead or Alive by Takeshi Miike, because I think that film is just the first one. I mean, he done this the same year as Audition, Ley Lines, and which are two other of his greatest films. I mean, Audition I think is his greatest film. Ley Lines is brilliant as well. But this is just it's just crazy. The first 10 minutes of it is just completely intense. It's like watching the whole film being squeezed down and just thrown in your face, like punched in your face. It's just absolutely brilliant. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yes.
Dimitri.
Really good stuff. Okay, I'm gonna just rush through them because there's a lot of them. So, Cold Water, Heat, Jurassic Park, Fight Club, Princess Mononoke, Casino, Before Sunrise, Eyes Wide Shut, Crash, Magnolia, A Brighter Summer Day, Lost Highway, Twin Peaks: Fire Walk with Me, Being John Malkovich, Underground by Emir Kusturica, The Thin Red Line, La Ceremonie, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Out of Sight, Unforgiven, Belly, Showgirls, Basic Instinct, Gummo, and The Matrix.
Fuck it now. Yeah.
Way too many.
Heat.
Yeah.
Heat. Yeah.
Do you know what?
It was really rough. It was really rough, man.
I'm gonna tell you one. I've never seen Heat.
For real?
No.
That's like a framework for every like heist movie nowadays. Like
know.
it's literally like you watch The Dark Knight and you're like, oh yeah, this is Heat.
Yeah. When I was in uni, like literally everybody talked about Heat, and I feel like I've seen Heat without seeing Heat. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, that's true. I saw it in high school. Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty late. Like pretty late too.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Burke mentioned Belly, the Hype Williams flick. Yes, Belly, the Hype Williams flick. Yeah, I just saw it today. Actually, it's holy shit. Like that's one of the most visually stunning films I've ever seen. It's essentially like a blaxploitation crime drama, and someone said it's like Suspiria of the crime films, and I agree. Like the first 7 minutes, the opening 7 minutes, is one of the most visually inspired looks of like underbelly, like criminal underbelly. It's amazing. It's a great film. I feel like it's underrated.
interesting. Right. So mine, Funny Games, Haneke, Imavep, Olivia Azias, Lahain, Night on Earth, Breaking the Waves, Speed. Nobody's talking about Speed. Crumb.
Yeah, nobody
Great
talked
documentary.
about Speed. Jesus.
Yeah, Crumb. Very good. Zweigoff documentary about the cartoonist. Cruel Intentions, which I've mentioned a few times recently. The Addiction, Abel Ferreira. Barbed Wire, Pamela Anderson, one of my favorite shitty movies. From Dusk Till Dawn, one of my favorite vampire American movies. Basic Instinct, also New Rose Hotel, Abel Ferreira again, Guillermo, Naked, Mike Lee, my favorite Mike Lee.
Oh my god, I forgot about that one. That's great.
I changed.
That's really great.
I changed it. I had Naked on my list, but I changed it to Waterboy earlier. And then the last one, I'm going to mention this because I don't see why not. But in Wales, we used to have like loads of films that used to be pushed for like Oscars and stuff. And then the only one that's ever been nominated for, or one of the ones that's been nominated for a foreign language film, is called Heddwyn. It's a film about a poet that died in the First World War. And it was very famous in Wales, and it was like one of the first like Oscar nominations that we had in a very long time. You can see it online. There's like English subs for it if you ever want to see it. If you want to see some Welsh cinema, it's always period pieces for some reason. But yeah, I put Heddwyn there purely for the reason it was 90s, and it's a part of my heritage. So obviously I had Jurassic Park and stuff, but I've scribbled a lot out as we've spoken. So yeah. But if nobody's watched Abel Ferreira films, New Rose Hotel, and The Addiction are fucking great films. I've recently got into Abel Ferrara, and he's fucking what a director! What a director! I genuinely
You need
cannot
to catch
believe
up
it
on
took us 4.5 hours to get through 30
Jesus.
films.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but it was a
That
blast.
is
Like I have to
crazy.
say, I love this.
So I guess what did we miss out? T2 Judgment Day. I'm not a big Terminator fan,
I like the first
to
one.
be honest.
I think the first one's more of a horror movie.
Yeah,
Second one's just an
yeah.
action movie.
It's the
It's
same
just-
with like Alien and Aliens.
Yeah, exactly.
Soderbergh's The Limey. I still haven't seen that. I need to see that. I'm a big fan of Soderbergh, but I prefer out of the '90s Soderbergh. I think Out of Sight. Still haven't seen The Limey though.
Did he direct The Limey?
He did, but I haven't seen it, unfortunately.
Tell them I'm coming. Yeah.
It's been a long time since I watched that. Walken is so good in The Addiction, Dion, am I right? Yes. Walken in The Addiction is crazy. It's literally a cameo where he plays the vampire. It's
Is he in like one scene?
yeah.
I don't remember The Addiction at all.
He's in a couple of scenes, but it's a great cameo. Like literally, do you know what? Recently, I've kind of grown to appreciate Christopher Walken a lot more. Like I watched Dead Zone for the first time the other day. Well, the other day, I don't know when it was, but fucking his line delivery in any film he's in is just great. You know, in doing Pulp Fiction when he talks about putting the fucking
Yes.
the
Up my
watch
ass. Up my ass.
That's the thing about it. It's just only Walken can deliver a line like that. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, but Christopher Walken is in quite a few Abel Ferrara films. Obviously, like King of New York is the biggest one. But yeah, I'll start talking about Abel Ferrara and Nazarene Pod. Some of the good '90s films beyond the many covered: Total Recall, The 13th Warrior, Ravenous, Face, Antonio Bird for last two. Cookaboo says Shay.
Shay is amazing. Like that's really good.
Shit's Police by Soderbergh is good. Metropolitan Barcelona, The Last Disco by Whit Stillman. Anybody else got any? King of New York, Dion, get it watched, lad, if you haven't. Walken at his finest and OG Fishburne. Do you know what the thing about the King with Abel Ferrara films? I've tried to like watch all of his movies that are not King of New York and Bad Lieutenant because I know those are the two biggies. I'm watching all of the other films before I get to that, but King of New York's coming up because I'm about 10 movies into Abel Ferrara in the last 3 weeks. But they're short films. They're only like, most of the films are like 90 minutes, so it's easy to watch. Do you know what I mean? So Walken would make a great Bond villain. Yeah, I can see that. Definitely can see that. Eric says Tokyo Fist 95 is one of the best Tsukamoto films.
It's brilliant. I mean, someone said Bullet Ballet, but I think Tokyo Fist is a better movie.
I'm looking forward to checking out, most of Tsukamoto's films. He seems like my guy.
Yeah, if you like Cronenberg and Lynch, you definitely like his
I know. Well, Tetsuo says enough for me. I bought that double pack purely because I wanted to see the second one.
I've not seen the third one. I've not seen the third movie.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see the third one also. What else have we got? Bad Lieutenant is his masterpiece. People say that, but literally New Rose Hotel has really stuck with me quite a bit. Oh yes, shit, Walken is the villain in View to Kill. Do you know what? View to Kill is one of the Bonds I've not watched. My bad. I'm also very tired. I've been up since like 7 this morning. God, yeah. Do you know what? I completely forgot about that. Because isn't Duran Duran? Oh yeah, Duran Duran did the song for it as well, didn't they? Fucking hell! I completely forgot about this film.
I think that's also Roger Moore's last Bond film.
Is it? I don't know. Roman. I'm sure Roman will know.
Yeah, we need Bond fans here because I saw all of the Bond films. Like I had a streak when I saw all of the Bond films, and now they all kind of blended into one film.
Yeah.
At this
I
point,
think like the problem in the UK is like ITV used to play them every weekend for ages. Like they would just go through the whole back catalogue, and I would just not care.
Yeah.
But I think View to a Kill is one of the ones that I have not actually seen. But that's the thing, like you say, like they've all just kind of meshed all in my head.
yeah.
Especially the Roger Moore ones. They always
Yeah.
seem like
But
one movie.
Yeah, I've said this every time, but Roger Moore is my least favorite James Bond.
What was the first one he did? Live and Let Die, and that's the one with Mr. Whispers. Mr. Whispers.
Live and Let Die is one of the best Bond themes as well.
It's got what's her name in it as well as the Bond girl.
I mean, Live and Let Die was like the one that was actually did something interesting. It turned Bond into a blaxploitation film.
Yeah,
like that scene when he goes to like the club or whatever, and like he gets the Bond girl to like read his future, and he walks out and they attacked him on the street. That's just that's.
Peter says Ride with the Devil by Ang Lee is also terrific. I've never seen that one from Ang Lee actually.
Yeah, me neither. Man, Ang Lee is such a fine director. Like, I'm not a big fan of Life of Pi, but everything else he's done, just like even fucking Hulk, man. Even Hulk.
Even fucking Hulk. Cookabeg says I don't get Bond films. Don't say that to Daisuke, because Daisuke would go mental. Well, maybe probably he wouldn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, what else we got? Jane Seymour was the Bond girl. The only Bond film I've ever watched was the one where Mr. Bean was in LOL. But I completely forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wasn't Roger Moore in The Man with the Golden... Ha ha ha, very funny kung fu. Very funny, my friend. Cinema Monologues, Pushing Hands by Ang Lee is great. Lust Caution is my favorite Ang Lee, says Eric. Gemini Man is terrible. Oh, Dimitri.
Gemini Man. Oh my god, I will defend that movie. Seriously,
You will.
60 or for real, 60 or 120 FPS. Watching that movie, it's so dumb. It's essentially like it's a Jerry Bruckheimer blockbuster incarnate. It's like every single thing you would see in the Jerry Bruckheimer blockbuster is in that film.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. You can't watch it without having fun with it. I mean, if you embrace it for what it is, just like a weird 60, 120 FPS experience, if you're watching it that way. I mean, I can't imagine watching it in 24 FPS, but watching it the way he filmed it was bizarre. Like the sequence where Will Smith fights himself, and it's shot in such a way that it's like they had to adapt it to the frame rate, so it looks so weird. It's like he's fighting a doll. Fantastic.
I've left your written review for the chat to read.
Oh, it's a fun movie. I mean,
Dimitri,
it's not a very good film, but it's a fun film.
Oh god. Me and Dimitri write for the same website, and he was lucky enough to go to a press screening of this, and that was like
after a day, dude. After a day of watching like 4 London Film Festival films, you go and watch like a trashy, pulpy action movie with 2 Will Smiths and like Clive Owen as the villain. It's like, sure,
Clive Owen
is the villain.
Yeah,
and Mary Elizabeth Winstead is like Mary Elizabeth Winstead is kind of like she's like the sidekick. Yeah, it's
God. What else we got? Anthony Wong has to be the king of low budget 90s Hong Kong cinema.
Yeah.
Do we agree, Huss?
Yeah. Well, you know, he did do some great movies. I mean, if you're talking about the untold story, yeah, I mean, it's he did do some great movies. I mean, he was in just trying to see what other movies he was in the night. Is it the 90s?
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
talking about 90s, I think.
Yeah, he was Hard Boiled. He was in that. But now he's not getting the work because he obviously spoke out against the Chinese government.
Mm.
Yeah. But yeah.
Okay, question, right? Top three 90s TV shows.
Damn. That's
At number one, I'm going for Seinfeld.
Yeah.
TV shows. Oh.
I mean, I know my number one. Like, I know like the definitive number one, man. I'm pretty
What's
sure
the
it's.
definitive number one?
I hope it's Dion's too, but like it's Buffy, of course.
Yeah, fucking Buffy.
Hell yeah,
Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
that's like
Fucking
easily the best one.
yeah.
Wait, Charmed was 1998, so Charmed. I would put Charmed there. Like it's trashy, fun stuff I used to watch
Yeah.
as a kid. So yeah, Charmed too.
I
I mean,
think-
We're not talking Twin Peaks,
Twin
right? Because that's cinema. That's cinema.
Yeah.
That's not TV.
Yeah.
show. That's
Yeah.
like, man.
No.
X-Files.
For me, X-Files.
Oh,
that's another
X-Files.
good
Yeah,
one.
X-Files. Yeah,
I think
it's a really good one.
mine would be Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Frasier, and
Blossom.
no, not Blossom. I never liked Blossom. I used to like Clarissa Explains It All quite a bit. That was a good 90s show. I don't know. It's really freaking hard. Like I could easily pick you my favorite 90s cartoons. That would be Rocko's Modern Life, Daria, and Simpsons doesn't count in this, and King of the Hill. Those are my
When did
three
Gargoyles
favorite.
come out?
Late 90s.
Yeah.
That slaps. That's a fantastic animated show. Gargoyles is
Don't forget Hey Arnold. Sabrina the Teenage
Hey
Witch would be
Arnold.
my favorite choice.
Yeah.
I love fucking Sabrina.
Ren and Stimpy.
Oh man,
Yes. Yes.
yeah. And don't forget Sopranos, obviously.
Wait, that was the 90s.
Sopranos, right? Yeah, late
thought it was
90s. But
2000.
for me,
Damn.
the thing with Sopranos is freaking is god level for me with TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't put it in a list with Twin Peaks and Sopranos would take two places already. But yeah.
Did you ever watch Oz?
Did I ever watch what?
Oz.
No,
yes.
I've seen bits of it, but I never watched the whole thing.
Oz is great.
So
Oz is really good.
Oh, Eric picked a good one, Batman animated series. How the hell did I forget that?
Oh my god, yes. That intro is one of the finest things.
Yeah. Good choices. But yeah.
Damn, 90s had some good cartoons, man. Good cartoons. Hey Arnold was like Hey Arnold. Like that's just like
Hey Football Head. Definitely. Good choices. Very good choices. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffy the Vampire. I loved Rugrats. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is my number one though. Fucking
that's the best thing Joss Whedon's ever done.
What about Firefly?
Yeah, it's all right. Like I'm not the biggest Firefly.
What about Justice League?
Oh my god, man! Like it's gonna be a wildfire when the Snyder cut comes out. Like you better be ready. There will be people who will dude. That will you know what this is gonna spawn. This is gonna be like all of these like release the air cut. They're gonna be real. Like people are gonna be actually in like Warner Brothers comments spamming those hashtags again.
That'd be hilarious. We got Eric saying also Cowboy Bebop. Yes, very good anime. Absolutely. Very good anime. Good
we didn't mention Perfect Blue, by the way, in our top
What?
list. We didn't mention Perfect Blue. That was the 90s, right?
Yeah, Perfect Blue.
Yeah, I forgot.
And Ghost in the Shell.
That's a really... Oh, yeah, Ghost in the Shell, too. Jesus. Yeah, but I always preferred Perfect Blue, though. I found that to be... Yeah.
Good. Like I said to you though, I think the 90s has been the most difficult one for me to like cut down.
Yeah, it's such a it's such a diverse decade, man. Like it's
Yeah,
had everything.
because you got. I think the 90s is like this time where like indie cinema, blockbusters, and foreign language cinema all kind of had strong points. Because like I think when you think about the 80s, it's very Western heavy. I think when I think of the 80s, 70s is a bit more experimental, but the 90s just seems to be like everything is reaching like a peak point, and then obviously when we get to the 2000s, originality just goes down the fucking shitter.
Yeah, man. I mean, early 2000s though. Early 2000s are really good. Like I do not envy the person who's going to be next week who will have to cut down their lists too. Because like 2000 are also difficult, especially like early 2000s.
Well, I know for me probably Donnie Darko and Zodiac are on my list anyway. That's all.
Those are great. Those are great, man.
Yeah.
Southland Tales. Southland Tales.
Hey, oh yeah, we still need to make that video.
Yes, absolutely.
Me and Dimitri are going to do a Southland Tales discussion.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
it's
but we need to coordinate on that.
Yeah, it's a very interesting topic.
It's going to be a bit, yeah. I've grown as an admirer of Southland Tales. It has a lasting effect on me.
Have you seen The Box with Cameron Diaz?
Yeah, I've seen
no,
that.
By the same director, by Richard Kelly. Yeah.
What makes me laugh about Southland Tales is like on every poster you see of it from the director of Donnie Darko. It's like this is the main sale pitch. Oh, we made Donnie Darko. Gung Fu, movie star crush of any time period. Winona Ryder. I've said this a million times. Winona. This is my first love. My last love, probably.
It is difficult. Like 90s. 90s. Do you remember Wild Things from the 90s?
Yeah,
the one with the. Yeah, that's cinema.
Definitely.
For me, it's either Pam Manson or Jet from Gladiators.
Jet from Gladiators. Oh, what? Because I was talking about Barbed Wire earlier. What do you guys think of Barbed Wire?
It's not great.
I don't remember it. That's the thing.
Do you not think it's just like cheesy for it?
It's
cheesy.
It's weird. It's like it tries to spoof like spy movies, right? But it like
it's like a really shit version of Mad Max, but with hints of espionage.
Yeah, probably.
And that's me being very generous there. But yeah, why did nobody mention Tammy and the T-Rex either? That's another great, piece of garbage.
Tammy and the T-Rex, the gore cut.
I need to see that gore cut. I've never seen it.
I went to Prince Charles and they told me it was sold out. I was so sad.
Motherfuckers. How dare they? Do they not know who you are?
Yeah.
Gung Fu says Vivian Lee. Damn, she was beautiful. Isn't Vivian Lee
the Gone with the Wind?
Or is that Janet Lee?
No, that's Janet
No,
Lee.
Janet Lee. That's Janet Lee, yeah.
Janet
Do you remember
Lee,
H2O? Do you remember H2O when she bumps into her? She does it like a jump scare.
Yeah. No, that's crazy.
That's crazy, man.
I feel like we're coming to an end, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. We are approaching 5 hours. That's... Is that uncharted territory, or have you done 5 hours with Eric?
I think this is...
No, it's 4:55 with Eric.
Oh, okay. So we're
we could make it. We could do 4:56 just to piss Eric off.
Oh my God,
Eric's gonna comment. I think we should call it a day, guys.
Yeah, he's too drunk right now on the wine.
Dude, it's actually like the sun is rising out here already. It's like 3 a.m. and it's almost sunrise.
It's it's still hot here, to be honest. It's boiling. The fan's gonna be on tonight. Oh God. Roman is asking, what about Theodore Rex with Whoopi Goldberg? Oh my god, I've not thought about that in a long time.
That's like a blast from the past, literally.
Yeah. Gung Fu, can we do a brush teeth video afterwards? God, hilarious. I really need to check this Gorka out. Isn't that is it vinegar syndrome that has
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Whoopi Crush, LOL. Good old Whoopi Goldberg. You know, I've never really rated Whoopi Goldberg as an actress ever. I don't know why.
Sister Act.
Yeah, but
She won an Oscar for something.
Color Purple, yeah.
And Ghost.
Wait,
as
what's
well.
Ghost? Yeah, Ghost, of course.
Yeah, Ghost. Sorry, she won for Ghost, but she didn't win for.
Wait, was Ghost the 90s?
I don't know.
Probably.
Damn, that's like...
I'm not a fan of Ghost, to be honest.
It's just
I think the parodies of the Clay thing is just too much for me sometimes.
I mean, Swayze is fantastic in it. It's like the tandem of Moore and Swayze is just so good. Like the rest of the film, yeah, not so much, but it's just it's a it's a nice little film.
Patrick Swayze is just a very
It's too
nobody
good.
puts baby on it. That's all I think about.
Mm.
But yeah, and then him being a paedophile in Donnie Darko as well.
Yeah.
How random is that? Right, so by the time we say our goodbyes, we will have hit 4:56. So
Deliberately
like
trying to
find us out.
Yeah. So yeah, guys. Just like to say thank you to everyone that's watched us tonight and everyone that's been commenting. Please subscribe to Dimitri's channel down below. I'll put the link there. Of course, you'll definitely probably subscribe to Dion anyway, because Dion's been my rock during this lockdown. Yeah, but yeah, thank you very much, guys. I'm sure we'll be doing next week 2000s.
I guess so. We might as well complete it since we've done a 2010s on our channels anyway.
Yeah, 2010s we've done on our channels. So we'll do 2000s next week.
And then horror.
And then we'll do a horror one. We'll get Dimitri and Eric in. We'll do a foursome.
It's good. We're doing it. Oh, 4:56. Well done, everybody.
Damn.
Well done.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you so much for having me. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
Eric is going to be angry now.
Yeah.
Oh, he says great stream. It's okay. That's fine. Anyway, good night, everybody. Thank you for
Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Thank you very much for coming.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.